It was a chilly Sunday afternoon, the kind where the fading light seemed to seep through the curtains, casting a soft glow across the living room, and I found myself curled up in my favorite chair with a steaming mug of chamomile tea cradled between my hands. My name is Lucy, and at 32, I have perfected the art of being the family mediator. My brother, Ben, is 4 years younger than me and has always been the golden child, charming, athletic, and now engaged to Tara, a woman who seemed equally perfect on the surface. Lately, however, something about Tara felt off, and on that particular afternoon, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that I needed to talk to my mom about it. We settled into our usual routine, chatting about the mundane details of the week, until I finally broached the subject, tentatively mentioning how I had overheard a conversation between Ben and Tara that felt suspicious. It was more about her complications during the pregnancy than anything else, and although I initially brushed it off, the unease had lingered long after. Mom listened intently, her brow furrowing as I recounted the conversation. I wasn't trying to gossip, it was more an attempt to express my concern, to make sense of the tension building in my family. As I spoke, I could see the worry etched on my mother's face, and I almost regretted opening up. What if it upset her or made her doubt her son's judgment? The last thing I wanted was to fracture our family dynamic. But the more I spoke, the more I felt that maybe I wasn't the only one who sensed something amiss. My mom finally took a deep breath, and with an incredulous look, she shared how she too had observed odd behaviors from Tara, especially how she seldom spoke of the baby without a hint of hesitation. My heart raced, teetering on the edge of suspicion. Was it possible that my gut instinct was right? The conversation spiraled, weaving through layers of what-ifs, and soon we were digging into the details of Tara's past, which we had only pieced together from Ben's largely glowing accounts. The discussion fueled a whirlwind of emotions within me. It felt strange to judge someone who was soon to be family, but there was an undeniable tension growing like a shadow over our household. Days passed, and despite my desire to distance myself from the tumultuous thoughts, I found myself contemplating my brother's happiness and sanity. The knowledge of my chat with my mom nagged at me. Was I being the supportive sibling or merely perpetuating family drama? The more I pondered, the heavier the air felt, until one evening, Ben called me unexpectedly. He sounded off, his voice trembled slightly, and his laughter felt forced. The perfect brother had cracked. My stomach twisted, and I listened as he talked about the challenges of impending fatherhood, how Tara's recent erratic behavior was something he was trying to understand. I wanted to scream, "You've got to be careful." But instead, I urged him to lean on me if he ever needed to vent. I realized then how much I cared for him and how reluctant I was to see him hurt, but did that make me an asshole for even discussing my worries with Mom in the first place? In a moment of vulnerability, I decided to confide in Ben about the conversation with Mom. I expected outrage, a defensive posture, but to my surprise, he was quiet, contemplative. He promised to talk things over with Tara. After hanging up, nausea washed over me. Was it right to have stirred this pot, or was I simply being protective? The weight of my choices felt suffocating, and while I hoped it would lead to clarity, I feared the storm it could unleash. Weeks later, something unforeseen happened. Ben called again, but this time his voice was laced with relief. Tara had agreed to family counseling, and during their discussions, it had come out that she had been under immense pressure, family struggles and the overwhelming fears of motherhood were buried deep, and she had masked them behind a facade of happiness. It wasn't deceit, it was pain, and a fear of inadequacy that I had never considered. My heart sank as I realized how misguided my suspicions had been. I had put Tara under the spotlight without truly knowing her story, and now I was left with mixed feelings about the gossip I shared with my mom. What I thought was an innocent conversation had triggered a catalyst for something much deeper. In the end, I breathed a sigh of relief, not just for Ben but for Tara too, who was at last seeking the help she desperately needed. I turned to my mom, who had been waiting anxiously to hear the news, and laughed softly at how quickly things had spiraled out of control. I realized I wasn't an asshole, I was simply human, trying to navigate the chaos of family life. Family dynamics certainly are complicated, filled with emotions that intertwine like vines. As I sipped my tea and reflected on the journey, I felt a sense of calm enveloping me, and I could finally embrace the imperfections that came with love. Maybe it was all just part of the messiness, and I wouldn't shy away from it again. Update: a few months later, Tara invited my mom and me for coffee, and for the first time, I saw a woman who had started to find her footing once again. We talked openly, and I realized the power of vulnerability and healing. This was no longer about suspicion or gossip, it was about connection and understanding. As I sat among family, A newfound sense of openness enveloped me, and I knew we were all moving forward together, one step at a time. The shadows had lifted, revealing a path to a stronger family bond, forged through honesty and love. As the warm sunlight flooded through the cafe window, illuminating the small round table where my mother, Tara, and I sat, I couldn't help but think about how far we had all come in just a few short months. The echoes of past gossip and the weight of previous misunderstandings felt like distant memories, replaced instead by the sound of laughter and heartfelt conversation. Tara, once a figure cloaked in suspicion and tension, now radiated a sense of acceptance that I hadn't anticipated. She spoke candidly about her struggles, her voice steady, yet softening with each word, a stark contrast to the defensiveness that had once marked our exchanges. The cafe buzzed with the hum of patrons and the clinking of cups, but in that small bubble of shared vulnerability, it felt as if time had consolidated just for us. I shared my feelings about the turmoil that had erupted within our family, how the whispering fears about her integrity had clouded our judgment, and how difficult it had been to navigate my loyalty to my mother while also grappling with my concerns about Tara's motives. Yet, as we spoke, her eyes shone with a depth of understanding that made me realize she had been fighting her own battles, ones I had overlooked in my eagerness to protect my brother. It dawned on me that the gossip which had initially driven a wedge between us now served as a gateway for true connection, a means through which we could strip away our facades and share our inner truths. At that moment, surrounded by the aroma of freshly brewed coffee and the simple delight of a sunlit afternoon, I felt the bonds of family stretching and reshaping. We laughed gently as we reminisced about lighter memories, free from the weight of suspicion, and I could feel an invisible thread weaving us tighter together. My mom, watching this exchange with a quiet smile, seemed relieved to witness the evolution of our dynamic, as if years of tension were finally easing from her shoulders. It was a strange familiarity, one I hadn't realized I missed so deeply, where we could just be ourselves without hidden agendas or whispered worries. As our cups clinked in a toast to new beginnings, I felt a deep-seated hope rise within me. We were healing, yes, but it was more than that. We were rebuilding, a family not just forged from blood, but from shared experiences and a commitment to understanding one another in our most vulnerable states. We talked about future family gatherings and the kids we hoped to have, and for the first time, I envisioned Tara as an aunt, someone my children could look up to. It felt liberating to finally embrace the idea that the bond we were forming could stand resilient, even against the tides of uncertainty we had all faced. The cafe buzz faded into the background as I silently vowed to always prioritize honesty and openness in our conversations moving forward. Little did I know that this meeting was only the beginning of our transformation. As we stood to leave, our spirits lifted, I caught Tara's eye, a shared understanding passing between us that hinted at the shared journey ahead, a commitment to support each other, to embrace our differences, and to keep the channels of communication wide open. Life, with all its complexities, was stretching out before us like an uncharted path, and for the first time, I felt eager rather than apprehensive about the road ahead. What started as mere speculation had blossomed into a deeper narrative of family and resilience, reminding us all of the possibility that lies within trust and vulnerability. With that beautiful thought, I stepped out into the sunlit streets, my heart lighter than it had been in years, feeling as if I had not only gained a second sister-in-law but also a true friend. In the months that followed, conversations flourished, misunderstandings disintegrated, and what we had once regarded as gossip became the foundation upon which we built a family rich in understanding and love. It was in those quiet moments of sharing our lives, our fears, and our dreams that I realized this journey was worth every misstep, every whisper, and every moment I had doubted. Tara had secured her place in our family, and together we forged a connection that was resilient and transformative, one step at a time. However, as life in our family resumed its comfortably chaotic rhythm, a lingering thought occasionally flickered in the back of my mind, resembling a distant chime reminiscence of the earlier unease. I had learned so much from the experience of sharing my doubts and fears with both my mother and Tara, yet the fact that the whispers had once permeated our lives felt like a dark echo, reverberating in corners I couldn't quite reach. Sure, we had emerged from the shadows, but I sensed that the path to unshakable trust in our relationships was still a winding one filled with cobbled stones left over from prior storms. One dusky evening, as I sat curled in my favorite armchair with a mug of chamomile tea in hand, I felt a pang of anxiety pierce through the warm comfort of our newfound familial harmony. I began to wonder, what if Tara's past could come surging back into the spotlight? What if, in our quest for connection, we had overlooked the footprints of doubt that still lingered on the edges of our joy? Those thoughts found their way into our gatherings, muted but present. It was a sort of shadow that crept around the edges of our conversations. Tara remained vibrant and engaged but seemed weary at times, like a flower that flourishes under sunlight, yet sometimes craves rain, anticipating its own inner storms with cautious apprehension. My brother Daniel and Tara had begun planning their wedding, and with every small detail shared in our new group discussions, there was an undercurrent of tension, tugging uncomfortably at my thoughts. Was this a facade? Were they both displaying happiness while secretly struggling? I wanted so badly to trust in what we had cultivated. I felt I owed it to Tara, to Daniel, and to myself, to believe in this fresh start wholeheartedly. Then, one afternoon, as our conversations continued to grow easier with each coffee date and family gathering, my mother called me with an urgency that shattered my calm. Can you come over? Tara is here, and I think she's having a rough time. The air suddenly thickened around me, tangling my senses into a web of concern and confusion. I hurried over, my heart racing in rhythm with my thoughts. Please, let this not be a step backward, I prayed silently as I drove through familiar streets now draped with an unease I had hoped was behind us. As I entered the house, I found Tara sitting in the living room, her face obscured by trembling hands, and my mother's eyes bright with unshed tears. Without needing words, I realized that this moment would determine if we could face any wave that life threw our way. Together, we could navigate through the tempestuous waters, or we could allow it to crash over us, unraveling our cherished connection. I settled beside Tara, taking a breath that felt like it carried the weight of my deepest fears. It's okay to feel overwhelmed, I said gently, breaking the suffocating silence. In that moment, I prayed she would see my sincerity reflected in the depths of her own eyes. Slowly, Tara's shuddering breath steadied, and after the longest pause, she began to speak. Her voice trembled as she shared her insecurities, fears about the wedding, and the haunting doubts that echoed from her past. My heart ached to hear her struggles, yet I was grateful to witness her vulnerability. None of us were perfect, after all, and the beautiful tapestry of our lives was made richer by our imperfections. This unforeseen moment of honesty became a turning point. Instead of retreating into doubt, we leaned into our shared experiences, wrapping ourselves in understanding and compassion. The connection we had forged, mingled with the trials we faced, allowed us to weave our stories together tightly, creating not only a supportive circle but a sanctuary where we felt safe enough to wreck the facade of perfect happiness. From that day forward, I understood that our family was not just a collection of individuals expected to shine at all times. We were a constellation of glimmers and shimmers, quirks and quiet battles. With Tara by my side and my mother's unconditional love binding us together, we slowly unveiled each other's fears and dreams, transforming our past shadows into the light of awareness and compassion. I felt a renewed sense of hope fill my heart, reminding me that while the path may be winding, our willingness to be honest and vulnerable was the compass guiding us forward. The journey to healing is never linear, I learned. It's filled with dips and slides, with moments that may pull apart threads only to weave them closer again. Every time we face life's uncertainties together, I found solace in the realization that our love, our family bond, was worth the challenges. Moments of laughter mingled with tears became the framework of what family meant for us. As I reflected on our growth that night, an indelible thought struck me, echoing softly as I gradually drifted off to sleep. Even amidst the fragility of life, the strongest foundations are often built upon the honesty of shared experiences, nourishing the roots of love and friendship that grow resiliently with each passing moment. Confession, I gave head to a freaking banana. Yes, you read that right, and before you jump to conclusions about my sanity, let me explain. I'm just an average 20-something living in a small town, working at a local grocery store, and spiraling into a mild existential crisis as I try to figure out life and relationships. I've always had a quirky sense of humor, but my friends would often joke that my romantic life was just as ripe for comedy as it was for disaster. My last relationship had ended in a particularly awkward way. He had decided he needed space, only to backtrack and unceremoniously announce he was now dating someone who he claimed was better suited for him. I didn't have the heart to tell him that meant the end of my nights spent watching terrible reality TV and my weekends filled with the silence of loneliness. So, in my state of mild despair, I decided to throw a little party for myself. I bought a few bottles of wine, some snacks, and yes, a bunch of bananas. I sat on the couch, watching my favorite movies while indulging in a few glasses. As the evening wore on, the combination of a couple of glasses of wine and my ever-present bad sense of humor led to an unusual thought. Wouldn't it be funny to recreate a famous scene from a movie using just a banana? There I was, giggling to myself, holding the banana in one hand, and promptly made a comment about giving head to the banana, laughing hysterically at my own lack of dignity. My mind was buzzing with the absurdity of it all, but as I leaned in to take a ridiculously dramatic bite, inspiration struck. What if I turned it into a performance? It felt ridiculous but sort of liberating. Why not poke fun at my love life and the angst that seemed to follow me like a bad smell? I set my phone on a nearby shelf, hit record, and proceeded to give the banana a show. I don't know what possessed me, perhaps it was the wine or the need to embrace the absurdity of life, but I made a point to give that banana a moment to shine. I twirled and laughed, exaggerating every move until I lost myself in the charade, winking at the camera and pretending the banana was the sweetest lover I'd ever had. So there I was, full of self-derision and ridiculousness, recording myself in what I now refer to as the banana incident. A few friends got a hold of the video, and to my astonishment, it turned into a mini-viral sensation among a tight-knit group of social media friends. What had started as a moment of deep sadness turned into something quite remarkable. It pulled me back from the brink of feeling sorry for myself and showed me that laughter, even at my own expense, was a gift I'd forgotten I possessed. Weeks went by, and I began to embrace my sense of humor in ways I never thought possible, sharing my journey through life and heartbreak in an unapologetic light. I connected with new people online, all drawn to my newfound candor and kooky content. Perhaps life didn't need to be so serious. Just when I thought I was done with the banana saga, I got an unexpected message. It was from an old college friend, someone I hadn't spoken to in years. His messages were lighthearted and full of laughter, recalling the outrageous things we did back in our carefree days. It led to a few exchanges back and forth, and the connection felt different, deeper somehow. We agreed to meet up, and to my surprise, I found myself excited, because he had seen the infamous banana video and thought it was the most hilarious thing he'd ever witnessed. When we met, it was awkward but charming in a way that felt warm. We talked, we laughed, and as the evening wore on, I realized that this was the first time I truly felt connected to someone since that terrible breakup. So, you see, giving head to a banana wasn't just a ridiculous act of drunken escapism, it was a turning point that led me to rediscover laughter, rekindle friendships, and embrace the beauty of the absurd in life. Sometimes, you have to let go of everything, even your dignity, to find joy and connection. In retrospect, my confession isn't about the banana, it's about how taking a moment to explore the ridiculousness we often shy away from can lead us down enchanting, unexpected paths. Update: a month later, that college friend and I decided to take things to the next level. We're officially dating. And yes, we've shared a few more crazy moments that involve fruits and laughter, which have solidified our bond even more. Life can be so wonderfully absurd, and honestly, I can't wait to see where this new adventure takes us, knowing that sometimes the most ridiculous confessions can lead to the greatest joys. As I sit down to reflect on the whirlwind of my life since that fateful day, a gentle smile creeps across my face, and I can't help but laugh at how surreal it all feels.
The very idea that I, a fairly normal 20-something struggling to find myself in the vibrant chaos of college campus life, could end up dating one of the most adventurous spirits I know is, frankly, absurd.
My experiences had primed me for a strict adherence to what was sensible, but somehow, when laughter collided with randomness, it unlocked parts of me I hadn't even realized were closed off. Let's not forget the banana, though. In mere moments of silliness, it became an emblem of spontaneity and fun, something to be looked back on fondly rather than with embarrassment. Our mutual unorthodoxy sparked an unspoken camaraderie between us, something blossoming into laughter-filled nights where we'd recount our craziest experiences over shared ice cream sundaes, rich chocolate drizzling down the sides, rivaled only by the heaps of fruity toppings we continually consumed in jest of that first encounter. Conversations flowed easily, we shared secrets intertwined with memories, and each time he'd wink at me over the table, I felt a warmth I'd once thought reserved for fairy tales. It was during one of those late-night talks, surrounded by cushions and lingering energy from a vibrant party we'd just left, that I discovered we were both fascinated by the absurd elements of life, the little quirks we found that reminded us not to take things too seriously. He confessed that day how he recently wrestled with the idea of joining a juggling club, not because he particularly wanted to juggle, but rather because it seemed hilariously awkward and a little outlandish. We burrowed deeper into our joyfully whimsical thoughts, and who knew a casual conversation could emit so much warmth and connection. As the month neatly slipped away into a golden series of dates, I found myself growing more and more attached, not just to him but to the laughter and adventure we created together, filling up my once monotonous life with dazzling episodes of spontaneity. One particular afternoon, in an impulsive fit of creativity, I suggested we should enter a local fruit sculpture competition that promoted sustainability in art. The idea met with guffaws, and he played along. We both knew it would involve making something wild and bizarre, definitely fruit-inspired. Days later, we stood in my tiny kitchen, hands sticky with juice and laughter erupting between all the gut-busting negotiations of who would carve the watermelon into a shark and who would get the pineapple crown. We envisioned an outrageous creation that would not only make the judges scratch their heads in disbelief but also bring smiles to the faces of anyone observing our ridiculous efforts. As we cut, sculpted, and assembled our fruity tribute, I realized we weren't just creating a quirky piece, we were crafting our own little sanctuary, one laugh and mishap at a time, stamped with the ridiculousness of our adventures. The day of the competition arrived in a flurry of excitement, where we displayed our overly ambitious pineapple shark hybrid that looked more like a creature out of a cartoon than anything serious. We embraced the absurdity wholeheartedly, encouraging the giggles and whispers from passers-by instead of sympathizing with our failed artistic endeavor. The joy we felt, sharing inside jokes about our outlandish expectations, made the whole experience so rich it didn't matter that we didn't win. The connection we forged amidst the chaos and creativity became its own victory lap, one I relished deeply. Looking back on this past month, I realize what really matters isn't the moments that conform to a certain ideal but rather those that push boundaries, bend the rules, and open up new ways to see our lives unfold. Whether it's giving a silly oral salute to a banana or creating the world's most ludicrous fruit sculpture, these occurrences remind us that joy blooms in the strangest of places. This relationship, which started with a whimsical confession, has encouraged me to fully embrace the absurdities and find companionship in shared laughter, transforming my once rigid view of life into a more colorful canvas ripe with joy and adventure. And as I embarked on this journey, I realized my heart isn't just bound to the fun we've shared but also to the genuine connection forming seamlessly as we continue to explore the ridiculousness that life hands us. With each step, I can't wait to discover what new crazy moment awaits us next and how these unplanned adventures will author the next chapters of our delightfully absurd story. As the weeks rolled into a month of uncharted romance, the absurdities we chased together began to shape my world in ways I had never anticipated. Our lives became a confusing yet wonderfully vibrant tapestry woven with silly moments and heartfelt confessions. We set a peculiar rhythm to our relationship, one that was fueled by spontaneity and an appreciation for the ridiculous. Our first official date was at a quaint little fruit market that sprawled just outside the city, a hidden gem we stumbled upon while searching for fresh ingredients for an impromptu picnic. As we ambled through aisles brimming with colorful produce, I found solace in our shared jokes and the way we could burst into laughter over the oddly shaped vegetables that protruded from their boxes like playful imposters. I watched her pick up a rogue-looking radish and, with a mischievous grin, announce that it resembled a mythical creature, its earthy tones giving way to vivid storytelling. It felt surreal to be with someone who embraced these fleeting absurdities as if they were sacred, as if the bizarre moments held secrets that could weave our hearts closer together. One sunny afternoon, as we tucked ourselves into a grassy nook beneath sprawling cherry blossoms, we decided to bring our own twist to the typical picnic fare. Inspired by the playful essence of our relationship, we rummaged through our gathering of fruits, bananas, kiwi, and stubbornly ripe peaches, and came up with a silly competition. Each of us would create the most absurd fruit art we could imagine, an homage to our own quirks. I crafted a banana in the shape of a guitar, complete with toothpick strings, while she managed to create a hastily constructed fruit face that made us both chuckle uncontrollably. These moments became not just laughter shared but also silent acknowledgments of the warmth blossoming between us. While we savored the summer sun, I felt my heart flutter as we gazed at one another, the playful energy uniting us in a way that felt pure and right. But life, in its beautifully chaotic nature, also had its shadows. With the excitement, I wrestled with a gnawing fear. Was this delightful absurdity merely a phase? I had seen relationships begin with laughter only to sour when mundane realities encroached. To confront these insecurities, one night I invited her over for a cozy movie marathon. As we nestled beneath blankets, our favorite snacks laid out before us, I decided to confess that I felt a flicker of worry, that our spontaneous moments could lose their charm. Instead of recoiling from my honesty, she turned to me and smiled, her eyes gleaming with understanding. Life will have its share of mundane moments, she said, her voice soothing like a gentle breeze. But as long as we keep finding joy in the ridiculous, we'll be all right. In that moment, her reassurance calmed the storm within me. This relationship, with its quirks and spontaneous laughter, inked itself deeper into my heart, no longer merely a whimsical adventure but a genuine companionship I yearned to nurture. As the season changed, so did the fabric of our relationship. We began to integrate our silliness into everyday life. Once mundane errands became bursts of comedy as we playfully reenacted scenes from our favorite films in the aisles of the grocery store or turned waiting in lines into silly competitions of who could make the best fruit-themed puns. With each shared absurdity, the bond we formed became a buoy against the currents of normalcy. Then one evening, beneath a sky spattered with stars, we found ourselves at that same cherry blossom tree, the spot where so many of our inside jokes had been born. I looked into her eyes, their warmth reflecting the moonlight in a dance. It was the perfect moment, and both a little silly and profound. Suddenly, I pulled out a small package I had hidden in my bag. "I know this sounds ridiculous," I began, feeling a warrior's heart flutter in my chest, "but I wanted to ask you." She eagerly leaned closer, the anticipation etched across her face. As I unveiled a small, surreal bouquet of fruit-shaped magnets, I stammered through the laughter, "If you'd be my partner in this absurd adventure for life." Her laughter filled the air as she nodded, tears of joy sparkling in her eyes. "Yes. Absolutely," she exclaimed, and in that moment, we recognized that our hearts were no longer tucked away in fearful silence but were joyfully charting an exhilarating course toward the unexpected. In the days that followed, we embraced the delightful whimsy our relationship had forged. I realized that opening myself to the ridiculous had transformed my life, urging me to cherish not only the laughter but the deep, meaningful moments shared with someone who understood the beauty of life's absurdity. As we nestled into our future together, I knew this confession wasn't just about fruit or moments of laughter. It was a celebration of the incredible joy found in embracing life as it came, each day a fresh adventure painted with the hues of love, laughter, and the delightful unknown. It all started in the early hours of a Sunday morning when my mind was too awake to return to sleep but too tired to be productive, scrolling mindlessly through my phone like so many of us do. It was during this state of semi-consciousness that I stumbled across a post on Ask Reddit that asked the question, "You're given 1,000,000 of whatever you last Googled. What is it?" I chuckled at the thought and, for reasons I still can't quite fathom, I clicked on the search bar and typed in Youre, which was a bizarre term I had encountered while researching local spider species for a project I was doing for a community education class. I had just finished writing about the deer that roamed the woods behind my house, but the moment I pressed search, I had no idea I would find myself entangled in something far darker than an overabundance of information about 8-legged creatures. As I waited for the results to load, a twinge of unease settled in my stomach. Imagine my surprise when, instead of an array of educational articles, I was instantly met with a blinding white light that enveloped my room, making everything else blur around me. My heart raced as I rushed to close my laptop, but it was too late. The light consumed me, and for a brief moment, I felt as if I was suspended in air, untethered and disoriented. When the luminosity faded, I blinked, staring at what can only be described as the embodiment of a nightmare, 1,000,000 tiny 8-legged black creatures crawling across every inch of my room. I stood frozen, watching as they surged toward me like a dark wave, their beady eyes glistening with a kind of malicious glee I had never witnessed before. Initially, I thought I must be dreaming, perhaps still caught in that surreal half-sleep state, but the reality turned chillingly clear when I felt the first sharp stab of pain as one of them sank its fangs into my ankle. I bolted out the bedroom door, seemingly outrunning the swarm that was now spilling out into my living room. Panic ignited deep within me as I scrambled to open the front door but couldn't help but catch a glimpse in my reflection, dark circles under my eyes, hair disheveled, a wide-eyed look of utter terror replacing the calm I usually carried. Outside, dawn was just breaking, colors swirled across the sky, yet I felt caught in a living nightmare. I needed help, but who could I call? My friends, while well-meaning, would never believe my tale. My mother had enough on her plate with my father's Alzheimer's making their lives turmoil. Just as despair began to wrap its cold fingers around my heart, the doorbell rang, echoing through the silence of the early morning. With my heart pounding, I inched towards the door, clutching a kitchen knife I had grabbed in a moment of desperation. The only person standing there was my neighbor, Evan, a quiet introvert who kept to himself mostly, but he had always seemed kind enough. "I thought I heard some commotion," he said, his brow furrowed with concern. I opened my mouth, struggling to articulate the chaos of spiders flooding my home, until I caught sight of the creeping black tide pooling around the doorway. In an instant, I closed the door and locked it, now hyper-aware of the fact that I had just isolated myself further with every panicked decision I made. I heard Evan's voice from the other side, "Are you okay? Is everything all right?" I felt a lump rising in my throat, but wrestling it down, I had one coherent thought in my mind, I had to prove to him that I wasn't losing it. Grabbing my phone, I hastily Googled the word wanarachas again, hoping perhaps for some solution, when suddenly, a staggering realization hit me: there was no information in any world that could offer clarity beyond my own experience. Nymphs of fear had rooted in my stomach. I could hear the small scratches behind the walls as they multiplied, but then it happened. I looked into the search results and found a small, unassuming forum buried deep down the page, one that whispered of old folklore connected to the word. It spoke of the daylights, creatures bound to their half-human hosts, continuing to drain the essence of those they encountered, until reaching a point of suffocating dominance. They required offerings of chaos and fear, feeding into the despair that their presence wrought. I could already feel my mind spiraling, and the anxiety reached a boiling point when I realized, in a painfully ironic twist, that the million spiders had come not to destroy me, but to offer me a choice. Confronting Evan at my door, I stammered out a plea for him to wait a moment while I made sense of the raging storm inside me. Could I really pull the trigger and banish them back to the ether from whence they came? Against my better judgment, I opened the door, bearing my vulnerability but not quite revealing my horrifying truth. As I explained what was happening and how I had inadvertently invited the chaos into my life, Evan listened, unjudging, offering me comfort in the uncertainty. I told him I needed help and asked if he could stay until the morning light brought me clarity, which he kindly agreed to. Slowly, as the sun began to rise and bathe the world in golden hues, I felt a gradual easing in my chest, my chaotic thoughts untangled into an understanding that sometimes, the monsters we fear are born from within us. I learned that the spiders would only thrive as long as I allowed fear to dominate me. With Evan by my side, a sense of camaraderie forming, the shadows of dread broke apart. In that peaceful light, we set to purge my home, confronting the creatures together, using our self-made concoction of vinegar and essential oils. As we battled the swarm, evoking the spirit of laughter, each one we extinguished felt like a shadow lifting from my soul. Eventually, as every final beat of darkness fell into a gentle oblivion, I found peace. A moment of reflection washed over me, revealing that while a million Youre had threatened to engulf me, they also taught me a lesson in resilience. Losing control can feel terrifying, but sometimes companionship, humor, and the fresh light of dawn can dispel even the darkest corners of one's mind. There's power in vulnerability, and amidst an avalanche of anxiety, it's often simply enough to ask for help. As the day faded into night, and I tried to catch a few hours of sleep, my phone pinged with notifications about the Ask Reddit post I had almost forgotten. I clicked to read the updates, half predicting someone would share their tale, mirroring my own bizarre encounter with chaos. The stories were varied, but none seemed to share the same weight. I posted my own experience, found comfort in the communion of others who'd turned to the thread, and embraced, though I couldn't yet articulate it, the complicated gratitude I felt for Evan, for shedding light on my darkest fears, proving, as a reminder, that we are never truly alone in the chaos that life brings. As I scrolled through the comments, each one a tapestry of lives intersecting at that very moment, I began to reflect on how Evan had unwittingly become a pivotal figure in my journey of self-discovery. I stumbled upon a comment that stood out. Someone had shared their experience of gaining 1,000,000 pounds of pancake mix after Googling best pancake recipes. While it was humorous, I couldn't help but think of the weight of my own request, 1,000,000 hearts. What I had meant as a fleeting contemplation morphed into a profound question of connection. Each heart wasn't just a physical manifestation but an emblem of the relationships I'd nurtured, the loves I'd lost, and the friendships I feared might drift away. Suddenly, the pang in my chest tightened, recollecting my best friend Claire, whose laughter had echoed in my ears just a few months prior but had faded into awkward silences since she had started dating Paul, a new boyfriend who enveloped her world like an unyielding storm. My thoughts danced as I began to wonder, would 1,000,000 hearts be enough to mend that rift? Would I return to our late-night talks over cups of tea, our laughter mingling with the soft rustle of autumn leaves? With the post still open beside me, I began typing a comment, filling it with a mixture of vulnerability and hope. I shared the way I had been feeling about Claire, the unease growing in my heart that I hadn't done enough to reach out and bridge the gap between us. I wrote about how I wished for our friendship to withstand the whirlwind of romance and uncertainty without becoming a casualty of neglect and alienation. An array of replies began to accrue, most resonating with my sentiments, speaking of their own friendships rediscovered amidst confusion and chaos. Yet there was one unexpected response from a user named Heartfelt Owl, who wrote, sometimes a simple conversation can turn things around. How about trying to reconnect? You may find that the bond is still there, waiting for you. That night, as I lay in bed, the pulsating glow of my phone illuminating my face, I felt a tug in my heart, a flicker of courage. What if I approached Claire? What if I could somehow express my feelings without the baggage of guilt or resentment that sometimes accompanied our interactions? The idea spun in my mind like a gentle whirlwind, reaching a crescendo that lulled me into sleep, accompanied by dreams of reconnection. The next morning, the air was crisp and invigorating as I stepped onto my porch, cradling a warm cup of coffee. I took a deep breath, feeling the chill tease at my skin while echoes of laughter danced at the edges of my memory. I pored over the multiple messages I had received, their encouragement intertwining with my intentions, until resolve flooded my heart. I picked up my phone, hesitating only for a moment as I typed, "Hey Claire, can we meet for coffee? I've missed you." Hit send. The weight of the world slipped off my shoulders as I embraced the warmth growing inside me, a stirring anticipation of reconnection. To my surprise, Claire replied almost immediately, her excitement palpable. We decided to meet at our favorite cafe. The day unfurled slowly, the sun weaving through the leaves as I walked to our spot. Butterflies danced in my stomach, mingled with thoughts of all I wanted to say, until I caught sight of her, standing there, beaming as though the past months had vanished in an instant. We enveloped each other in a hug, layers of unspoken words melting away, and as we sat down, it felt as though an entire universe had conspired to bring us back together. The conversation flowed seamlessly, sparking joy, laughter, and the comfort of belonging. In the weeks that followed, I felt lighter, weaving my bond with Claire into the very fabric of my life again. It was as if the million hearts I had envisioned manifested not as a burden but rather as a renewal of the connections I so dearly cherished. Each moment filled with appreciation became a heart of its own, the laughter shared, the weighty discussions of love and loss, the comforting silences when words weren't necessary. In reflection, I returned to that Ask Reddit post occasionally, each time encountering new comments and experiences that amazed me. I thought about the twist of fate that had led me to share my initial story, my vulnerability in a sea of confusion, proving that when we dare to open up, not only do we discover the connections we already have, but we also inspire others to explore theirs. I even came across a comment from Heartfelt Owl, who now shared updates of their own rekindled friendships, radiating similar positivity and warmth, a wonderful reminder to us all. Sometimes all it takes is a brave step forward into the unknown, because our lives are woven together in a tapestry of human connection, more intricate and beautiful than we often realize. Weeks later, I wrote a reflective update in the thread, sharing my experience, the transformation I had undergone, and how Evan's question had set off a chain reaction of connection that I never saw coming. I ended with a piece of advice: you might not understand the hearts you're asking for, but sometimes all you need is the courage to go after what you truly value. Maybe you'll find it much closer than you think. As I hit post, vivid in my mind was the image of Claire's laughter blending with the rustling leaves outside the cafe, a reminder that the chaotic threads of our lives can weave together in ways we least expect, bringing us joy and connection where we feared there would be none. As the afternoon sun began to dip below the horizon, casting a warm golden hue across my cozy living room, my heart felt lighter, as if the burden of uncertainty had been slightly lifted. I sat on my sofa, slouched comfortably against the cushions, still pondering Claire's laugh when suddenly my phone buzzed again. Curious, I picked it up, half expecting further comments on my thread, but instead, it was a message from Evan. I hadn't heard from him since that fateful day of our strange encounter, and the rush of his name pulsed through me like a reminder of a gentle aftershock. "Hey, hope you're doing okay. I read your post. I think you really helped some people." I couldn't help but smile at his words, the warmth radiating through the screen making me feel connected to him despite the miles that separated us. "Thanks, Evan. It helped me too. Maybe we can grab that coffee we talked about?" Almost immediately, he replied, "Definitely. How about Saturday?" The memory of that awkward but enlightening day washed over me, and I felt a surge of gratitude for the random day that had somehow stitched together fragile connections in my heart. Saturday arrived faster than I expected. As I stepped into the small cafe filled with the rich aroma of espresso and the gentle chatter of people, the nervous flutter in my stomach was countered by the promise of friendship and support. I spotted Evan at a corner table, his familiar silhouette more comforting than I had anticipated. He looked up, and a wide grin broke across his face as he raised his hand in greeting. "Glad to see you made it," he said, his voice a buoy against the busyness around us. We settled into the rhythm of conversation, sharing stories of our chaotic lives, insecurities, and dreams, weaving through laughter and vulnerable confessions like threads in a tapestry. I learned more about Evan's journey, He too had been a seeker of connection, battling the same chaotic currents of modern life that often left us feeling untethered. What struck me the most was how his perspective mirrored my own, though we were both navigating our respective storms. It was a soothing realization. Our conversations flowed for hours until the sun began to dip again, painting the cafe in a soft amber glow. As we said our goodbyes, I felt a sense of closure and kinship swell inside me. On the drive home, I replayed snippets of our conversation, slow and languid. The contentment wrapped around me like a cozy blanket, providing warmth against the chill of the approaching night. I realized that this was what I had been missing, a sense of belonging, a community of souls who understood the madness of life. That weekend transformed into a recurring ritual. Every week, Evan and I would meet at the cafe. Anyone who wanted to join would spill into our circle, growing it gradually, each encounter adding more threads to our intricate tapestry. The chaos that had once felt isolating started to transform into a shared adventure. After several weeks of companionship, I found myself engaged in a deep conversation with Claire one evening, her laughter still echoing in my mind, fueling my memories. "Have you ever thought about the stories we tell ourselves?" she asked, her gaze serious yet playful. I considered her words, realizing the stories we construct are often influenced by our fears and desires, but they are also colored by who we choose to share them with. "What if," she continued, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, "the narratives we create are just reflections of who we surround ourselves with?" The thought sat heavy in my mind, blossoming into something that felt almost profound. We shared a moment of silence, letting the weight of our conversation linger in the air like the scent of freshly brewed coffee. In that moment, with the glow of the cafe surrounding us, a realization struck: the stories we've sewn together over a cup of coffee, delicate yet resilient, were allies against the chaos of uncertainty, and I understood then that we had built something truly special. Weeks later, during a particularly rainy evening, I poured myself a cup of tea and settled down to check the Ask Reddit post again. I was awash with nostalgia as I scrolled through the comments, noting how my simple story had invoked reflections and heartfelt responses from so many. Suddenly, one comment caught my eye. It was a message from a user who shared a similar experience but with a surprising twist. They had followed the same train of thought as I had, reached out to others, and eventually uncovered a hidden talent for writing. "Thanks to that post," they wrote, "I've published my first short story anthology, and it's been a healing process." Chills ran down my spine as I realized how powerful our connections had become, each of us acting as stepping stones for one another, guiding those lost in their storms to discover new paths. Inspired, I spent the rest of the weekend reflecting on my own journey, contemplating how I might weave my experiences into a narrative of my own. Although the narratives we tell ourselves may be shaped by fear, the courage to reach out creates bonds that can turn chaos into something beautiful. I began to write, crafting my own story of connection, seeking to share it with all those who were still swimming through their own storms. As I penned the first words, I remembered Claire's laughter, Evan's compassionate ear, and the joy of a shared cup of coffee, realizing that our lives are a collection of stories waiting to unfold, entwined in the laughter and learning that arise from togetherness. And with each word I wrote, I could feel the lightness of connection wrapping around me, reminding me once more that even in the chaos, there is beauty, if only we dare to reach through it. I've always found solace in the rhythmic clinking of my crochet hook against the yarn, a form of therapy that allows my mind to drift, cradled in creativity. For the last 5 years, this has been my escape, a little world where I could weave warmth into blankets and gifts for friends and family. When my friend Lucy told me she was expecting her first child, I knew I had to create something special for her, a unique, hand-crocheted blanket that would not only keep the baby warm but also carry the love of a friend. I spent countless evenings after work curating the perfect yarn, deep greens and soft browns, envisioning the joy it would bring. Once the blanket was completed, its imperfections felt like the very essence of handmade art. Each stitch told the tale of my meticulous attention and love. But then, right before the baby shower, panic emerged as I realized I had made a small but glaring error, a stitch pattern inconsistency that not only hurt my eyes but felt like a betrayal of my craft. Refusing to allow this flaw to grab hold, I dismissed it, telling myself Lucy wouldn't care, that the blanket was more about intention and love than precision. However, when I presented it at the shower, she looked puzzled at first, and then disappointed. "Did you mean for it to be like this?" she asked gently, and the warmth in my chest began to cool as I mumbled a half-hearted excuse about it being an artistic choice, wishing for her to be enchanted rather than concerned. The laughter around us felt heavier now, and it was like the moment stretched as I noticed her glancing at that one lopsided corner, her fingers running along the stitches. It all spiraled when, prompted by her mother's insistent critique about blending techniques, I heard Lucy whisper, "Maybe it would just be better if you fixed it." A sudden wave of confusion rushed over me. Fix it? This was my creation. The very idea of unraveling hours of work started to feel like an imposition on the heart behind the stitches. I nodded, my throat tight, and made a decision that felt heavy and liberating at once. I politely reclaimed the blanket that evening, stating that I'd prefer to have it a little longer to perfect it. The room fell silent, as if I had just declared a national emergency. I felt a sinking feeling wash over me. Was I being unreasonable? I distanced myself from the party, a dryness in my throat as I left with my imperfect creation clutched to my chest, hiding my face in its soft fibers. In those moments alone, I grappled with guilt spiraling into indignation. How could anyone expect me to compromise my art, even for love? Yet, the evening left a lingering taste of regret, a sadness threading through my heart like thin strands of yarn unraveling. Days went by with the blanket set aside, untouched, as I continued my needlework but felt the crack in our friendship widening whenever her name surfaced in conversations. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of avoidance, I decided to reach out, sending her a message to discuss my feelings, trying to be open but also tucked away in my vulnerability. Her reply was surprisingly warm, filled with understanding. She confessed to feeling guilty for criticizing something I poured my heart into, and suddenly, I felt the fog clear. I wasn't the only one affected by this moment. We talked it through, weaving our misunderstandings together like a tapestry until it formed something new. I promised to fix the blanket, relaying that my imperfections were a reflection of growth, a lesson in every stitch rather than a product of shame. In the end, I brought back a completed but refined blanket, complete with a note that simply read, "Made with love, flaws and all." She hugged me tightly and smiled through grateful tears, and as I stood there tucked into that moment, I realized the beauty of this journey wasn't just in the work I created but in the connections it fostered, the acceptance of imperfections shared like patched up seams. So here I am, reflecting not just on crochet skills but on friendships and growth, recognizing that sometimes, love is not about perfection, it's about the willingness to embrace each other's patterns, oddities and all. Update, just last week, Lucy sent me a picture of her new baby curled up in the very blanket I'd almost thrown away. All the flaws whispered stories of friendship, and as I stared at that little bundle, I felt at peace, not just with the blanket but with the understanding that in each stitch, I'd learned more than I ever expected about love, patience, and acceptance. As I sat at my kitchen table, sunlight pouring through the window, casting warm patterns on the wooden surface, I thought about how much had changed since I first began crocheting that blanket for Lucy. With every stitch, not only was I creating something tangible, but I was also weaving together moments of our friendship. Those late-night talks about dreams and fears, those shared giggles over coffee that turned into hours, and the quiet afternoons where we simply existed in each other's company. The blanket had started as a simple gift, a gesture to celebrate her new role as a mother, but it had unintentionally transformed into a metaphor for our relationship, full of quirks, imperfections, and ultimately, love. I recalled the heated conversation we'd had when I hesitated to give it to her, worried about the mistakes I had made in the pattern, as if flaws would somehow taint the essence of what I was offering. Lucy, however, had looked at me with those kind eyes and said, "It's perfect because you made it for me. The errors are part of its charm." I hadn't understood her then, not completely, but as I gazed at her little one, the image of a tiny hand cradled under the colorful blanket, I felt a soft warmth blossoming in my chest. The blanket was not merely fabric, it was a tapestry of shared memories, acceptance, and the realization that none of us is flawless, yet we cherish each other regardless. Each loop and twist in the yarn told a story, reminding me that love isn't about delivering perfection but rather about giving ourselves the space to grow, to sometimes falter, without fear of judgment. As I brewed a cup of chamomile to accompany my thoughts, I mentally revisited those past emotions, the hesitation, the doubt that crept in when Lucy offered to overlook my mistakes. I had grappled with feelings of inadequacy, wondering if my creations would ever be worthy of her and the new life she was nurturing. Yet as I watched that photo again, I felt a gentle shift within myself. Suddenly, I was filled with a sense of gratitude for the journey we had taken together, for the lessons learned within the tight stitches of a yarn life spun with care and friendship. I allowed myself the grace to feel fondness for the little imperfections I once so criticized, realizing they were stepping stones on this path of understanding and compassion. As I finished my tea and looked back at the wonderfully imperfect blanket wrapped around Lucy's baby, I knew I would carry this lesson with me as life continued to weave its intricate patterns, unafraid of the deliberate messiness that makes us who we are. And now, this blanket, much like our friendship, would serve as a constant reminder that sometimes, the most beautiful creations emerge from embracing the flaws instead of hiding from them. As the evening settled, saturating my living room with a warm, golden hue, I found myself getting lost in memories that had woven together my experience with crochet and friendship. I had picked up the crochet hook years ago as a way to foster a creative outlet while grappling with the stress of my then demanding job. Each pull of yarn through the loop felt meditative, allowing me to escape into a world where each creation existed solely through my hands. And though the projects came to life, imperfectly at times, they were birthed from my heart. I could remember the first blanket I ever made, a cacophony of colors that I thought would all blend beautifully but instead clashed with a jarring audacity. I loved it nonetheless, not for its elegance but for the hours I spent knotting together both yarn and my dreams. However, with Lucy, it was different. She had filled that blanket with stories, laughter, and momentary tears, making it tangible with memories that stretched beyond physical time. Sipping the last remnants of my tea, I allowed myself to linger on the importance of those little imperfections. I could feel now how they mirrored our evolving friendship, two uncertain souls, navigating life's unpredictable waters, sometimes taking a wrong turn but always finding their way back to one another. The moment I had taken back the blanket after Lucy first expressed disappointment was unsettling, a moment where I was too caught in my own expectations to recognize her embrace of the flaws. The night had been tense as we circled around our unspoken words until, finally, I decided to reclaim the wayward stitches, wrapping that crochet into the fabric of my being. Yet, now, reflecting on that very same blanket brought me serenity. Each crooked line symbolized the hurdles we had faced, the miscommunications and reconciliations that had stitched our hearts closer. And as the tranquility of the night seeped into my thoughts, I opened my phone to the picture Lucy had sent. There was the soft, serene image of her baby, wrapped snugly in the blanket, that patchwork of color cradling her little one as they drifted into sleep. At that moment, those carefully crafted imperfections were stripped of their criticism. They told a story, a narrative of love instilled and nurtured. Amidst the chaotic threads of our lives, I realized we were meant to be a bit messy, unexpectedly colorful, intertwining like yarn in a basket. My heart swelled, filled with gratitude and recognizing the gentle waves of forgiveness that wash over us in times of doubt. I had not solely crocheted a blanket, I had crocheted a legacy of acceptance, a reminder that our struggles shape us and that friendships thrive in their honesty. I tucked the memory away for the future, promising myself to carry this lesson onwards, emboldened to embrace life's delightful imperfections without trepidation. In the days that followed, I found myself not just embracing my own imperfections but becoming a beacon for others. My next project, an intricate shawl, turned out to be a manifold of unique colors and patterns, much like the people I cherished in my life. I started sharing my creative process on social media, inviting others to join along as we crocheted together. The response was overwhelming, each post lit up with comments of shared experiences of crafting, bonds formed through honest discussion about life's inevitable messiness. The shawl became a metaphor for every bit of vibrant imperfection, adorned with laughter and tales of growth. I gifted it to Lucy on her birthday, a symbol not of our struggles but of our flourishing friendship. As I handed it to her, the embrace we shared held unspoken words of understanding and gratitude, weaving together all we had experienced. And so, as I come to the close of this reflection, I realize how the greatest creations in my life, be it in crochet or in relationships, have come not from striving for perfection, but from daring to embrace chaos. The blanket still serves as a memento, a connection between two souls learning to navigate their own paths, and I welcome each new stitch I add to the ongoing tapestry of friendship and love that life continues to offer. In this journey, I have found joy not just in the finished product but in every knot, twist, and turn we face, and there lies true beauty. Confession, I am a man of highly low intelligence, and there's a very slim chance that will ever change. That might sound like a harsh self-assessment, but when I look back on my life, it feels oddly true. From early on, I always struggled in school, while others grasped concepts with relative ease. I often found myself lost in a sea of confusion. It was a source of contention at home, primarily with my father, who'd often shake his head in frustration, muttering that I was a genuine disappointment. I grew up in the shadow of my brilliant sister, who always had top grades, a perfect college resume, and a charisma that seemed to attract everyone she met. When I graduated high school with a barely passing GPA, I decided to take a different path, one where I wouldn't have to compete against her brilliance. I started working at a local hardware store, surrounded by tools and paint cans, where I felt more at home than I ever did with textbooks. My coworkers accepted me for who I was, and I quickly learned the ins and outs of everything from different types of screws to the best ways to mix paint, the kind of knowledge that didn't really require sharp intellectual aptitude, just a willingness to listen and a decent memory. One fateful evening, as I was restocking shelves alone, I met her, Maria. She was an artist, doing some kind of community project that involved painting fences around town, and she wandered into our store for paint. She had a radiant energy, and as I helped her choose the right colors, her laughter warmed my insides in a way I'd never felt before. We struck up a conversation, and in that moment, surrounded by paint and hardware, I felt a spark of connection that made me forget all about my academic shortcomings. She didn't care that I was terrible at math or that I couldn't remember the capital of Kazakhstan. We talked about art, creativity, and our mutual love for nature. After that, she kept coming back to the store, and we'd share smiles that turned into inside jokes, and eventually, into something deeper. But there was a lingering fear in my heart. As things developed, I began to doubt myself and my worthiness. Maria had been to art schools and galleries, her mind was a treasure chest of culture and ideas, while I was just a guy who knew his way around a lawnmower. One night, I found myself at her place, where we were painting together under soft lighting, and she asked me about my dreams and aspirations. I froze, the question gnashing at a vulnerability I had buried deep. Could I express my dreams when they felt so mundane? I stammered out something about hoping to one day open my own hardware store, a quaint dream, perhaps, but it felt embarrassing next to her ambitions of having a gallery show. She sensed my hesitation and, rather than scoffing or diminishing my dream as I had feared, she smiled and said, "That's an incredible dream. You know you can do it, right?" Her words, rather than uplift me, lodged a sense of dread in my gut. What if she was investing time in a lost cause? As our relationship deepened, so did my anxiety. Each time I left her, I replayed our conversations, fixating on moments where I felt inadequate. I let my imaginations run wild, picturing her telling her friends about her simple boyfriend, a man who barely scraped by. One night, during a particularly vulnerable moment, I confessed my fears to her. I told her that I felt like we lived in two different worlds, one where she was a creative genius, and me, a man struggling to keep up. I braced myself for rejection, the feared look of pity or disappointment that had marked so many of my formative years. Instead, she took my hands and said, "You are more than enough for me. It's not about where we come from or where we're going, it's about the journey we build together." And for the first time, my heart felt a semblance of peace. Months passed, and I threw myself into the things I loved, working at the store, painting with Maria, and learning to embrace my creativity alongside hers. One warm afternoon, she proposed a project for the local art fair, encouraging me to join her in creating something that exhibited both of our talents. The thought terrified me, what if my lack of intelligence shone through in our joint piece? But somehow, I found a glimmer of hope in her vision. Together, we crafted a piece that merged practical elements with artistic flair, making a whimsical garden sculpture from discarded tools. The day of the fair arrived, and standing beside her, I felt an overwhelming sense of pride, not just in our creation but in who I was becoming. People stopped by, impressed with our work, and I realized that maybe, just maybe, intelligence could manifest in forms other than academia. I wasn't just restocking shelves and answering questions, I was creating something meaningful in a world that often dismissed me. As the sun began to set, the fair bustling around us, I took a breath, letting in the fading light that symbolized hope. Maria turned to me, her eyes sparkling, and said, "I knew you had it in you." Today, as I recount this journey, I find myself reflecting not on my seemingly low intelligence, but on my ability to learn and grow in different ways. I might never be a scholar or the wizard of numbers, but I've found a treasure in self-acceptance, an understanding that everyone's mind works differently, and that worth isn't solely defined by traditional intellect. I hope that my experience might resonate with someone else feeling inadequate or overlooked, and that they too might discover their own unique path to fulfillment. And while Maria and I continue our journey, I still think back to the nights spent under a roof of stars, learning to paint both canvases and dreams, trusting that love and creativity truly know no bounds. Update: a few weeks after the fair, we received an unexpected call. The local art gallery wanted to display our sculpture in their local artist showcase. They called it a captivating depiction of ingenuity and asked if we'd both be willing to speak about our collaboration at the event. It seems the journey never really ends, instead, it twists and turns, much like my own thoughts on who I am, a simple man, perhaps, but one who is continuously evolving. As I sat there, staring at the phone in disbelief after that unexpected call from the gallery, I couldn't shake the paradox of my life. How, in my own mind, which often felt muddled and simple, could we have created something that not only captured attention but also reflected our unfolding relationship? The days leading up to the event were a whirlwind, filled with a mixture of nervous anticipation and excitement that colored every moment. I helped Elena put the final touches on our sculpture, a woven collage of discarded materials that was both a physical manifestation of our efforts and a metaphor for our lives, imperfect, but undeniably beautiful. We spent long evenings in her studio, talking about everything and nothing, the quiet hum of the city outside our window punctuating our laughter. As the night of the gallery opening arrived, I nearly choked on my words upon addressing the audience. Standing there in a room filled with bright, brilliantly trained minds and eager art enthusiasts, I felt like an imposter draped in a second-hand suit, my own intelligence seeming to wane with each chuckle or knowing nod from the crowd. But as I spoke about our sculpture and how art had threaded its way into our romance, something shifted within me. I found my voice, steady and clear, illuminating our journey and the symbiotic nature of love and creativity. It was not an act of eloquence but of genuine feeling that transformed my simple words into something meaningful. While some murmured about our unique perspective and unorthodox methodologies, I recognized that what emerged from my mouth was more than just a presentation. It was a reflection of my journey as a man who often felt at odds with a world that valued intellect over passion. Each shared glance with Elena filled me with comfort, a silent reminder that love was smudged with imperfections, and sometimes, especially for someone like me, that was more than enough. There was a camaraderie among us, forged in late-night brainstorming sessions and quiet moments of shared solitude, and as patrons congratulated us after our presentation and poured admiration towards our work, I realized that perhaps being a man of highly low intelligence wasn't solely a deficiency. It was an invitation to explore life through a different lens, one that seemed to appreciate the beauty in the flawed and the fragmented. I even glimpsed admiration in the eyes of the gallery owner as she approached us, speaking with a warmth that enveloped me, acknowledging how our art encapsulated a kind of truth that resonated with many. As I stood there, basking in the glow of unexpected success, I felt the weight of my insecurities begin to lift like fog before a sunrise. While I knew I might not ever be a philosopher or a scientist, I understood that my strength lay not in knowing the intricacies of life but in feeling them deeply. Weeks turned into months, and the gallery opening became a backdrop, a moment in time when the stars aligned just right, illuminating the possibilities that lay ahead. Through it all, Elena and I grew, coupled in this tender evolution, and I found myself modifying my own internal narrative about intelligence. It was symbolic, a feeling of progression rather than a measurable standard. The world outside continued spinning, with its judgments and expectations, but within the cocoon of our connection, we painted new stories on hidden canvases in the quiet of our studio, learning that our experiences together shaped not just our art but our hearts. We even joked about starting an art collective for those of us who felt like outsiders, art for the amateurs, we called it, where creativity mattered more than critique, and anyone with a story to tell could join us, because in the end, who I was and who I became were merely threads in a beautifully chaotic tapestry unraveling before me. As I settled into bed that night, my heart full, I wondered where our newfound journey would take us next, the anticipation warming me like a gentle spring breeze carrying whispers of future possibilities. In the silence that enveloped the room, I made a wish, not for recognition or accolades, but for the strength to embrace my own uniqueness and to keep weaving dreams into reality, just as we had begun to do together. Days turned into weeks, and each morning dawned with a palpable excitement that sparkled in the air like sunlight dancing on the surface of water. As the date of the art gallery showcase approached, Amelia and I poured our hearts into preparing for the event, infusing our conversations with laughter and anticipation. I found myself spending hours in our little studio, the faint scent of paint and clay swirling around me, as our collaboration transformed not just our artwork but also our understanding of each other. We adapted our sculptural piece, adding small details inspired by late-night talks beneath the stars, tiny figures entwined in moments of joy and heartbreak, capturing fragments of stories we shared over warm cups of tea. As I molded the clay, I thought about how far I had come from the days when my thoughts felt heavy and clumsy. This project, this relationship, had made me realize that intelligence wasn't measured solely by the complexities of one's thoughts but also by the capacity for love, resilience, and the willingness to grow. When the night of the exhibit finally arrived, I donned my best shirt, a simple blue that made my eyes sparkle, while Amelia was a vision in a flowy dress that swirled around her like waves. As we entered the gallery, its walls alive with paintings and sculptures, I felt like a child walking into a world of endless possibilities. People mingled, their whispers and laughter creating a symphony that filled the expansive space. Our sculpture stood proudly at the center of the room, a blend of textures and colors showcasing our journey, a physical manifestation of uncertainty and companionship woven into every inch. I took a deep breath, the excitement mingling with a hint of nervousness, as I spotted the event curator making her way toward us. She smiled warmly, her eyes glinting with enthusiasm, and introduced herself as Camille. "The energy you both have together is inspiring," she said. "Your work embodies something deeply human." In that moment, my heart fluttered. Here was acknowledgement, not just of our art, but of the bond we nurtured along the way. As the night wore on, we spoke to visitors, sharing the story behind our sculpture, delving into the emotions, the fears, and the hopes we infused into our creation. I spoke honestly about my journey, about how I had once felt trapped in my own limitations, and how art had become my way of inviting others into my world. To my surprise, many of them didn't just see our sculpture, they resonated with my words, sharing their own struggles and triumphs in return. It felt like building a bridge between hearts, a candid exchange of dreams, fostering connections that evening. As the event began to wind down, the gallery owner announced the highlight of the night, the winner of the Local Artist Showcase Award. My stomach fluttered nervously, I hadn't even considered winning. When our names were called as the recipients, I was momentarily rooted to the spot, disbelief washing over me like a gentle tide. Amelia clasped my hand tightly, her joy infectious, and the applause that erupted around us felt like a warm embrace. When we stepped up to accept our plaque, a beautifully crafted piece of wood engraved with our names, I felt an unfamiliar warmth bloom in my chest. I took a deep breath, gathering my thoughts, and I spoke from my heart. This isn't just our accomplishment, it reflects the journey we dared to share. I am grateful for my partner in crime, whose love and creativity inspired every moment of this. The audience nodded, many smiling knowingly, as if they could see the truth in my words. Later that night, as we left the gallery hand in hand, the cool breeze danced around us, and the faint sounds of laughter echoed behind. Amelia turned to me, her cheeks flushed with happiness, and said, "We did this together." I admired her, feeling a rush of gratitude for her unwavering support and our shared dreams. It was a reminder of the simple truth that had guided me through this journey, that sometimes, the greatest triumphs come not from grand notions of intelligence, but from the beauty of vulnerability and connection. As we climbed into bed later that night, I whispered a silent vow to cherish this growth, to face each new day not with the weight of expectations, but with the unwavering courage to reveal my true self, the simple man striving to weave dreams into reality. The next chapter awaited, and I knew that no matter where it led, I would embrace it with an open heart, ready for whatever surprise awaited in the tapestry of life. It was supposed to be just another holiday gathering, filled with laughter, festive decorations, and a bit too much eggnog, yet it transformed into one of the most pivotal moments of my life. My close-knit group of friends had established a tradition of a white elephant gift exchange, where the goal was to bring something humorous or quirky to swap around the circle. This year, I felt inspired. After days of thinking, I decided to gift a vintage-looking box, aged like an artifact, wrapped in gold foil that glimmered under the twinkling Christmas lights. Little did any of us know, it was more than just an old box. To everyone's amusement, when my best friend Alex unwrapped it, inside was a scratch-off lottery ticket I had thrown in on a whim, just to keep things lighthearted. Laughter erupted when he scratched it off only to find out that it was worth over $1 million. At that moment, it felt like I was in a fairy tale. Yet, as the initial shock began to fade, a heavy feeling settled in my stomach, as excitement morphed into uncertainty. For days, we celebrated, a party filled with playful banter, immense joy, and, surprisingly, stakes that transformed the bonds of friendship into something frayed and fragile. The conversation soon shifted from congratulatory remarks to some friends expressing that, because the winning ticket had originated from my white elephant gift, I had an obligation to share the wealth. After all, the ticket had not just sprung forth from thin air, it was part of a game played between us. I remember sitting at home in my small, cozy apartment that night, staring at the blinking light of my phone as the group chat erupted with opinions, judgments, and a sense of entitlement that rattled me to my core. I began to feel torn. On one hand, I wanted to help my friends, especially since they had been my support group through thick and thin, but on the other, it was a significant amount of money that I had never expected to see, and it felt deeply personal to me. As I continued to navigate the whirlwind of discussions, some of my friends took it a step further, outright demanding their share of my newfound fortune. They argued that I shouldn't have even included the ticket as part of the gift, highlighting how, as the giver, I had unintentionally created this awkward position. My doubts began to grow into whispers in my mind, trying to convince me that I was the one who was being selfish and greedy. Such thoughts gnawed at me, leading to sleepless nights, but I also cherished the idea that perhaps this money could help me rebuild my life. I had been stuck in a rut, toiling away in a mediocre job that barely paid enough to cover rent and bills, and now I could not only pay off my debts, but I could also travel, invest in furthering my career, and maybe even start on that overly ambitious dream of mine, opening a small bookstore cafe by the coast where stories would seep through the walls like sweet laughter. But the rift grew. The gifts from Christmas became burdens that I contemplated every waking moment. To distance myself from the conversations that blurred the lines of friendship, I withdrew from the group chat for a time, taking each day to regroup. I took long walks in the nearby park, letting the cool air fill my lungs while my mind wrestled with the notion of entitlement. I even visited an old bookstore to distract myself, where I could lose hours wandering between the bookshelves that smelled of musty paper and adventure. Eventually, after a week of wrestling with my thoughts, I decided to face my friends. I arranged a casual dinner, a final gathering to resolve our unspoken tension. As the evening unfolded, I chose to be honest. I sat them down, carefully explaining how the ticket had landed in a box meant solely for fun, devoid of the weight of expectations and obligations. I wanted to stress that while they were my dear friends, the money felt deeply personal to me, a newfound hope for my future. I could see their disappointment, and truthfully, it pierced me. The laughter that had once echoed around us now felt muted. However, I also saw glimmers of understanding in their eyes, and that conversation provided the resolution we so desperately needed. It wasn't about who deserved what but about maintaining the bonds we had nurtured over the years. As the night wound down, one friend, Clara, who had always been the voice of reason, gave me a reflective look. She smiled softly and stated, "You know, sometimes life throws us surprises, not to be shared or divided, but to change our paths." It struck me deeply. That moment became a tapestry of emotions, a blend of relief, sadness, and resolve. I chose to embrace the good that the lottery had brought into my life while also holding steadfast to the relationships that mattered. In the weeks that followed, I found my footing. I still communicated with my friends, but now it was with less pressure, and whatever division had sprung eased with understanding and communication. Instead of sharing a part of my winnings, I offered to treat them to a weekend trip to celebrate our friendship without the strings of money. And in many ways, the act of spending time together felt even more fulfilling than any monetary exchange. In the end, it was not just about the lottery ticket but about navigating the complexities of relationships and choosing to value friendship over obligation. Ultimately, the lottery had not stripped me of friends but led me to reassess what truly mattered, the authenticity of connections that would thrive regardless of wealth. Update: a few months later, I took another little leap. I followed my heart and opened that bookstore cafe. It was cozy and beautifully chaotic, filled with shelves of stories inviting all who came in. I was pleasantly surprised when some friends offered to contribute their time and skills to help me shoulder the load. Clara even stepped up and helped design the space, jarred mugs with coded messages printed on the sides for the secret menu. There's joy in seeing the delight on people's faces as they step into a world of books and coffee. And on Saturdays, when the place is bustling, I've realized that my path hasn't just changed, it's blossomed into something altogether beautiful. But just as everything was coming together, a shadow loomed over my little haven of caffeine and literature. It was a few months after our grand opening when I received an unexpected call from my brother, Mark, who, after a string of misfortunes, had moved back in with our parents. "You won't believe it," he said, his voice brimming with excitement. "I bought a lottery ticket, and I actually won $50,000. I could hear the triumph behind his words, and part of me felt uplifted by his good fortune, but another part of me squirmed at the implications. After all, during that white elephant gift exchange a few weeks prior, we had used the ticket as just that, a joke among friends, something to pass around for laughs, like the ugly sweater no one wanted. The ticket had cost a mere $10, but now it had transformed into an unexpected fortune. The problem lingered in the back of my mind like an itch. Should I pay my brother back for that ticket? My first instinct was to smile and celebrate his success, acknowledging his hard luck turning into a windfall. However, as I watched the cafe thrive, my initial goodwill began to warp under the weight of guilt. I hadn't contributed anything to that silly ticket, Nor had I envisioned sharing the wealth or what it might mean for my brother to suddenly have significant amounts of money. It shouldn't be a burdensome obligation, should it? The constant flirtation with self-doubt made my heart race. As I ruminated, I also felt a growing resentment rise against Mark. He was back with my parents, lacking direction, while I had pulled myself together to create something fulfilling. Every week, he kept bringing up potential ideas for what he could do with the winnings. A vacation. Then a new car. In those moments, I found myself resenting that $10 ticket more and more. Weeks passed, and I noticed more requests from Mark. While the cafe had become a green and nurturing space for creativity, Mark's intentions weighed heavy on me. "Why don't you just loan me a little bit to get started?" he'd suggest, each word slithering into my brain like smoke. "You can always recoup it after I get my business going." One afternoon, as I stirred the rich, dark coffee, my stomach twisted with anxiety. Clara noticed and stopped by with a gentle touch to my arm. "What's bothering you?" she asked, and I hesitated before spilling my thoughts like beans into a grinding machine. She listened quietly, concern knitting her brow. "You're not obligated to share anything," she said finally, taking a sip of her espresso, "but you shouldn't feel guilty if you want to help." But there was more to it. It was the emotional knot I had with Mark, our childhood, entwined in responsibility and rivalry. I resented the fact that he had the ability to get something for nothing while I had to build everything from my courage and sweat. One Thursday afternoon, I finally decided to confront him. "Listen, Mark," I started, holding the phone to my ear, feeling the warmth of the cafe's summer breeze danced around me. "I know you're excited about your winnings, and I'm happy for you, but you need to understand. I can't help with your plans. That ticket was never mine to claim or share." His silence felt heavy, a moment too long before he spoke. "Wow, so that's it?" The chill in his tone froze me in place. It felt dreadful but necessary to stand firm, to balance the weight of harsh truth with the buoyancy of love. "But it's my ticket," he continued defiantly. "You were there when I bought it. It's not just luck, I could have picked another ticket, you know? Be better. Be supportive." With every word he poured out, my resolve thinned. "I'm trying to be supportive, Mark, but you can't expect me, of all people, to just distribute money when I'm still figuring out my own life." Somehow, I managed to hang up without feeling like a complete jerk, and as I processed the conversation, I finally felt a flicker of relief. Time passed, and the confrontation became a raw, necessary wound that slowly healed. Through the simmering tension with my brother, I found clarity about my own dreams. The cafe continued to thrive, filled with laughter, warmth, and the soft scent of beans roasting in the back. Clara became my confidant, and together we hosted small writing workshops, each word crafted under the light of connection. Despite the distance with Mark, I began to accept that his choices were his own, separate from my journey, as I found empowerment in the depths of the rooted relationships I built day by day. Months later, I received a text from Mark, one that was devoid of the old bitterness. "Hey, I went on a little trip. It was great. Hope the cafe's doing well," he wrote. A simple note that felt woven with maturity and intent. I responded, letting him know how much the cafe had grown. I didn't owe him anything, and while our relationship became more distant over time, I couldn't help but feel a thread of hope weaving back through our connection, fragile yet promising, just like the very venture I cherished. As I stood behind the counter one morning, with sunlight spilling golden rays through the window, I realized that sometimes, making choices for your happiness meant letting go of guilt, a lesson I hoarded quietly as I breathed in the intoxicating aroma of roasted beans and fresh stories yet to be told. The cafe continued to flourish, much to my delight. I leaned into the rhythm of each day, where the sound of the door chiming would greet me with the promise of new connections. One particularly crisp morning, I found myself overwhelmed with gratitude as I greeted regulars and newcomers. Alike, their smiles infectious, the aroma of brewing coffee wrapping around us like a soft blanket. Clara had this way of lighting up the room whenever she walked in. She carried an energy that was both calming and invigorating. That day, however, felt different. A magnetic energy buzzed beneath the ordinary hustle and bustle. I was preparing for a community event, one that Clara had suggested to foster deeper ties with our patrons. We decided to host a monthly open mic night, where writers, musicians, and poets could showcase their talents, a showcase of voices competing only with the sound of clattering mugs and warm laughter. It was during our final preparations, stringing fairy lights above the circular tables and piling chairs in cozy arrangements, that I noticed Jason standing outside the cafe, hands shoved deep in his pockets with that same familiar expression etched across his features, a mix of longing and hesitation. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. No matter how far our lives had drifted apart, the sight of him brought back a whirlwind of memories and a rush of old emotions. For a moment, I debated whether to invite him inside, but the fog of uncertainty clouded my decision. As the evening wore on and the cafe came alive, untouched notes filled the air, voices weaving tales both heartwarming and haunting. Clara's infectious laughter faded in and out as I caught glimpses of familiar faces sharing moments, and then, almost as if time had folded, Jason stepped through the door. The room hushed momentarily, strangers turned into an audience, and I felt my pulse quicken. He looked around, his eyes searching, and landed on me with a gaze so earnest that it melted the seconds into something palpable. I couldn't help but manage a weak smile, my heart oscillating between pleasure and panic. After the first act concluded, he approached me, and I could feel the vibrations of my surroundings dim, the clinking glasses and buzzing chatter fading into the backdrop of our shared history. "I came to see you," he confessed, his voice the same as I remembered but laced with a timbre of vulnerability I hadn't noticed before. I blinked, struggling for words. Here we stood, transformed by time, yet the undercurrents of unspoken sentiments lingered in the air like a fine mist. I asked him how he had found me, and the conversation spilled out like secrets carefully hoarded, revealing pieces of our lives since we last made contact. He told me about his trials, struggles with his decisions, and how he'd realized the importance of relationships that once mattered to him. Encouraging him to join the open mic crowd, I found myself eased by the moment. The fear I had pinpointed as regret fell softly as he stepped up to perform, seemingly transformed by the acceptance that enveloped him. As he shared his heartfelt song, the audience felt like a gentle embrace, and I couldn't help but lose myself in the harmony that wove through the room. There was beauty in the shared experience. It reminded me that reconciliation doesn't always seek perfection, but requires vulnerability and openness to growth. Our paths, so differently aligned, had somehow allowed us to converge again, revealing that understanding could form new threads, stitching old pains with the fabric of compassion. By the time the last act settled and the cafe's light began to dim, Jason and I found ourselves enveloped in a tranquil embrace of understanding. As I locked up and waved goodbye to the last lingering customers, who unfurled their stories into the night, I felt lighter than I had in a long time. Perhaps, I mused, mistakes didn't have to be anchors but rather lessons gently guiding us toward growth and renewal. With the sweet taste of coffee lingering in my mouth and the warmth of rekindled connection bubbling in my chest, I closed the door behind me, knowing that life would never cease to surprise me with its exquisite range of possibilities. I fell into a contemplative silence as I reflected on the day's unfolding, grateful not just for the cafe, but for the chance encounters and unpredictable paths that lead us back to where we truly belong, whether with friends old or new, wrapped in the comfort of second chances. I never thought a simple question about showering could unravel so much about my life, but here we are. It all started the day my roommate, Jake, casually asked in our group chat if everyone preferred to shower in the morning or at night, and I replied with a nonchalant, "At night, obviously. Who wants to start their day all wet and uncomfortable?" Little did I know that my humorous quip would ignite a minor controversy, leading to a rift between us and uncovering deeper, more personal conflicts within myself. You see, Jake and I had shared a small apartment for about a year now after college, thrown together by the randomness of online roommate listings. He was easygoing, while I tended to be more of an introvert, preferring the solace of late-night gaming marathons to the noisy bustling of parties. That night, I could almost see the flicker of indignation from him through my phone screen as he fired back about how refreshing and invigorating a morning shower could be, creating an almost evangelical fervor in the chat. As playful banter turned into a back and forth that had others joining the thread like old schoolmates reunited, I found my dissatisfaction with the discussion pooling into something darker. Wasn't this just a harmless debate? Yet, the more we discussed it, the more I felt my own insecurities bubble up. After all, my nighttime showers were more than a choice of cleanliness, they became my sanctuary, my shield against the day that had just passed. They were prayers whispered in the steam, reflections shared with the dull hum of water against porcelain. Realization hit me, it wasn't the water itself but the comfort I found in solitude that I protected fiercely. Days passed, and that small spark of humor in a Facebook thread morphed into silent tension. I could sense Jake's frustration swirling about like a summer storm he kept bottled up, and soon it spilled over into our daily interactions. He started to leave for work earlier, making it apparent that my nighttime routine was becoming an inconvenience, and I felt that old familiar sting of guilt prick my conscience. The idea of me being selfish over something so trivial gnawed at my mind, and I wondered if I was wrong to cling so tightly to my rituals. One evening, after another long day of indecision and hours spent analyzing what seemed like a ghost of a conversation, I broke down, standing in the bathroom, water cascading down my back, the temperature just hot enough to sting, barely feeling its familiar embrace as I wrestled with my feelings. My phone buzzed on the counter, a message from Jake Reed, "Let's talk." Unease settled in my stomach as I switched off the shower, suddenly conscious of the silence surrounding me. The conversation we desperately needed felt like a freight train barreling toward us, ready to collide. Sitting across from him at the kitchen table later that night felt like stepping onto a tightrope. I stared into his furrowed brows, willing myself to speak. First, fearing the conflict would only wash over us again if I didn't clear the air. Before either of us could speak, he let out a short laugh tinged with frustration and said, "I apologize. I didn't mean to make it feel like there was a right or wrong way to shower." His words hung in the air, and it felt like a release. I hadn't expected to find comfort and laughter amid a dispute, but it worked, and soon we were able to share perspectives, me recounting my childhood memories of feeling lost in an overwhelming world, where my safe haven lay in those evening rituals. He talked about his love for Dawn and how it energized his spirit, and for the first time since this began, we listened rather than debated. As the conversation shifted from a simple showering preference to something beautifully profound, we learned about one another in ways that surprised us both. The interaction ended with a gentle understanding, no solutions, just acceptance. We agreed to let our different routines coexist. I would respect his morning preference while finding space to shower at night, and surprisingly enough, I felt lighter. The emotional shadows that had clawed at me lifted, showing that our differences weren't barriers but rather opportunities for compassion and growth. Reflecting on those moments now, I realize how much we often overlook the power of small things, how the simplest questions can lead to deeper understanding and connection over something as mundane as a shower schedule. It's an ongoing balance we're learning to strike in our shared lives, reminding me that personal rituals, no matter how small, are just as vital as the space we foster with others. As I wash away the day each night, I can still feel that fresh hope for what lies ahead, and in the morning sun, I can always sense a little invigorating joy. Life has a peculiar way of exposing what we truly need and teaching us that sometimes, even in the trivialities, we find our most profound truths. Update: it's been several months since that incident, and I wanted to share how our relationship has transformed. We've navigated our differences thoughtfully, discussing everything from chores to routines without resentment. Even negotiating bathroom time has turned into a communal ritual where we leave uplifting notes for one another. So if you're wondering whether there's a right way to shower, the answer is simply, whatever keeps you grounded. It was a crisp autumn evening when I realized just how much our little ritual had changed the dynamic in our home. The sunlight had surrendered to an early dusk, casting a soft golden hue through our living room windows. I reclined on our well-loved couch, a spot where countless discussions had unfolded, and listened to the rustling of leaves outside, a gentle reminder of the world continuing its cycle. My thoughts drifted to Alex, sitting at the kitchen table, pencil poised over a new notepad filled with doodles and half-formed ideas. He had taken up writing recently, spurred by our shared commitment to appreciating the small joys in life. There was something deeply comforting in watching him, a mundane moment that felt almost sacred in its simplicity. Just last week, we had joked about me showering in the morning while he preferred the nighttime cleanse, yet today, the topic felt a bit richer, a bit deeper. I smiled at how we'd turned something as trivial as shower preferences into an exploration of our personalities, how I thrived in morning routines, using that time to gather energy for the day ahead, while he found solace in the water's warmth as he washed away the weight of the world. It was a playful battle that had transformed into a comforting acknowledgement of our differences. Each note we left for the other became a reminder that it was perfectly okay to clash in some areas, as long as we supported one another through it. My heart swelled with gratitude as I recalled those late-night discussions after I'd come from my morning shower, the way he would tease me about my overly cheerful attitude, but ultimately end up smiling at my boundless enthusiasm. Suddenly, the kettle whistled, and Alex poured himself a cup of tea, a daily ritual that we both cherished, paired perfectly with those brief moments of connection. As he walked over and handed me a warm mug, our fingers brushed together, sending a flash of warmth up my arm that transcended the chill in the air. I couldn't help but marvel at how simple acts of care had bridged the gap that once felt insurmountable, a soothing balm for old grievances. "Hey," I said softly, "do you remember that week when we almost moved out separate ways because of shower timing?" The question hung in the air, and I watched as he chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. Yeah, how ridiculous was that? All over a shower. His laughter was contagious, and soon we were both grinning at how we had almost let something so trivial unravel the fabric of our relationship. It felt reassuring to know that our love had grown stronger rather than strained, forged in discussion and subtle compromises, reminding us that we are imperfect creatures working together to create a harmonious existence. Doing the dishes next to one another had become a place of laughter and shared stories instead of a dreaded chore. Morning chores transformed into affectionate exchanges where we shared dreams and ambitions. As we sat there, sipping our tea and allowing the warmth to seep into our bones, I thought back to our first months together when I had been so rigid in my routines and he, in his. Life had a funny way of teaching, didn't it? We had grown, molded by our conversations and the light-hearted notes exchanged in the bathroom, a playful nudge toward understanding. Now, our mornings began with warmth, not just in water but in attitude, as we greeted each new day as friends and partners, no longer battling for control over a single moment of quiet. Sometimes, before climbing into bed, we'd take a moment to acknowledge those notes through whispers in the dark, a quiet acknowledgement of how far we had shifted from our old stances. I marveled at how our relationship was no longer simply about shower timing but about meeting one another in all our complexities, learning to dance through the friction. And as the moonlight filtered through the curtains of our cozy home, I realized that we'd not only learned about how to shower together, but also how to love without reservations, how to embrace our idiosyncrasies and transform them into stepping stones rather than stumbling blocks. In the end, I imagined any asking about the right way to shower would yield a simple truth. It wasn't about the timing or the order of events, it was about merging routines with the love that bathed them in understanding. And maybe that mattered more than a perfectly scalding shower or the ideal evening ritual. What mattered was how we chose to show up for one another, day after day. As I placed the empty teacup down, our eyes met, and in that moment, I saw our future stretching out before us, a tapestry woven from the threads of shared quirks, affection, and understanding. The world beyond our little home could keep spinning chaotically, but together, we had found a tranquil center, our shower of love above all else. As I sank back into the soft embrace of the couch, just beneath the warm light of our modest living room, I couldn't help but smile at how far we'd come since that initial shower debate. Kevin and I had always been an odd couple. He was the nocturnal artist, paint-splattered and lost in dreams of faraway worlds, while I preferred the precision and calm of daylight, my mind firing off plans like a pinball machine. But that stark difference, as irksome as it had once seemed, became our greatest strength. Together, we had cultivated a delicate dance of compromise and love that seeped into every facet of our daily lives. We had showered each other's worries away over countless mornings and evenings, sharing masks made from avocados and honey, turning what could have been mundane into a cherished tradition. It's strange to think that something as simple as agreeing on shower times could lead us here, sipping chamomile tea on a lazy Saturday, enjoying the comfortable silence that only partners can share. And yet, it was during one of those particularly rainy weekends, when the world outside was blanketed in gray, that a challenge nudged at our peaceful existence. It all began when we decided to tidy up the clutter that had accumulated in our tiny apartment, a process filled with nostalgia as we sifted through memories, old photographs, forgotten receipts, and trinkets swapped during travels long past. It was cathartic, yet strangely revealing. In a forgotten shoebox, I uncovered a letter from my grandmother, a woman whose wisdom often lingered in my heart and shaped my decisions. She had always extolled the virtues of patience, urging me to embrace both the mundane and the extraordinary. Tucked within the letter was a small envelope containing a photograph of her, young and radiant, showering under a rain-soaked sun, an expression of pure bliss etched on her face. Feeling nostalgic, I shared the photo with Kevin, leaning into the warm light of our dining table, where we had discovered so many of life's little treasures together. His eyes danced with curiosity as he absorbed the innocence of my grandmother's joy. "You know," he said, picking up a crumpled photo we had taken during a spontaneous road trip last summer, "this reminds me of that time we ended up at that little diner, the one with the bad coffee and the amazing pie." His words somehow ignited something in me, a realization that perhaps our cherished routines weren't just about the tasks we performed but the space we carved out for each other's memories. Over the next few days, as we dug deeper into the heart of our belongings, I began to notice something that made my stomach twist in knots. The more we unearthed, the more I felt the edges of Kevin's world encroaching upon my own, his sketchbooks piled high, unfinished canvases leaning against walls like silent witnesses. It was beautiful, this mountain of his creativity. It was also chaotic. The blending of our lives had created a beautiful mess, And yet I was surprised to find that I wanted more clarity, an oasis of order in the thrumming current of our differing habits. I hesitated, unsure if voicing this desire would unearth resentment or frustration from Kevin. At the same time, I feared that even questioning our newfound tranquility would send ripples across our carefully crafted relationship. How could I express this without sounding ungrateful? One evening, as the faint light of day slipped outside the window, I summoned the courage to broach the subject. "Hey, love, can we talk about our space?" I began softly, watching his hands pause mid-sketch. His expression hardened slightly, a flicker of defensiveness crossing his features, and I had a second of panic, my heart racing with the fear of undoing everything good we had built. But there was kindness in his voice when he responded, "Yeah, I think that's important." We both took a moment to breathe, tapping into the patience my grandmother had once preached. The conversation unfolded like a delicate flower, careful petals yielding to disclose deeper thoughts. We discussed how each of us viewed our personal space, the orderly retreat I sought and the creative chaos that Kevin thrived in. By the time we wrapped things up, the remnants of doubt had transformed into an understanding that felt like healing. We spent the following Saturdays rearranging our home, consciously carving out pockets of solitude amid his expansive imagination. He set up an art corner that faced the balcony, allowing sunlight to pour over his sketches while isolating them from the clutter I had wrested away with tenderness. I soon realized each little corner brought an essence of both our worlds to life. My tidy nook filled with books and plants reflected calm, while his vibrant canvas, peppered with splashes of color, became an almost sacred space of inspiration. Life, with all its routine showers and soft moments of understanding, began to shift yet again, reflecting the beauty of our harmonious union. What I had feared may disrupt us transformed into the roots of genuine growth, watering both our styles without overshadowing either. With the rain tapping rhythmically against the window, I sat beside him, watching the world drip outside, a world that still spun chaotically. We were now crafting something deeper, balance and love, proof that asking for what you need doesn't mean you're breaking, but rather evolving. Each brushstroke he painted felt like our journey, and I couldn't help but see the future extending before us, full of color and light. Months down the road, as another rainy Saturday unfurled before us, I glanced over at Kevin, who was engrossed in his latest masterpiece, colors dancing across the canvas with the same vibrancy of our intertwined lives. I turned my gaze back to my own quiet space, the edges softened beneath the glow of a reading lamp, and felt a profound gratitude filling the air around us. We had showered each other with the understanding of our differences, and it made the world outside worthwhile. So, if you find yourself struggling to merge lives and routines, remember that it's in the honoring of those differences that the richest layers of love often reveal themselves. There's a certain thrill that comes from the idea of having a carefree night in a wildly adventurous setting, free from the judgments of the everyday world, and I had always fantasized about what it would be like to be caught in a whirlwind romance with a stranger in an exotic locale. That thought lingered in the back of my mind for years, stoked by the countless movies I consumed and the endless stories floating through my social circles. But when I finally found the courage to act on one of my fantasies, I discovered the harsh realities lurking just beneath the surface. It all started when I moved to a new city after college, where everything felt fresh and full of promise. I had just landed a new job that required frequent travel, mostly to glamorous destinations, and one night in Barcelona, after a long day of meetings, I decided to embrace the moment. The warm night air was alive with music and laughter, and I was drawn into a crowded bar pulsating with energy. There, I met him, a charismatic artist with a mischievous glint in his eye and an accent that made my knees weak. He was everything my fantasies had promised, charming, spontaneous, and utterly intoxicating. We danced under the low lights, sharing stories that wove our lives together while the world faded around us. I felt alive for the first time in ages, intoxicated not just by the sangria but by the possibility that I was shedding my mundane reality for something vibrant and exhilarating. As the night deepened, he leaned in closer, whispering promises of adventure and intimacy. I could feel the tension sparking between us, a magnetic pull that made my heart race. Finally, in a haze of desire, we left the bar together, stumbling through dimly lit streets towards the nearest hotel, our laughter echoing off the cobblestones. But as the dawn broke over the city, the fantasy began to unravel. The morning light highlighted the disarray of my choice, and the artist wasn't the smooth romantic I'd pictured. His carefree facade slipped as he started talking about his commitments, his art, and his struggles with mental health. I felt the heavy weight of reality settle over us like a thick fog. Instead of a wild escape, I found myself in a deep discussion that made me acutely aware of the fragility of our encounter. I wanted to run, but there was compassion bubbling within me, urging me to listen and be present, and I struggled with the genuine connection contrasting starkly with the idealized moment I'd envisioned. I felt a rush of panic as I realized that this whirlwind had become a wave threatening to drown me. I was falling for the man behind the fantasy, not just the figure in my dreams, and as we talked, I was faced with the choice of whether to embrace this new reality or cling to the illusion of a carefree evening. Ultimately, I chose connection over escapism. We shared our fears, dreams, and vulnerabilities, and while we parted ways at noon, exchanging hesitant smiles and promises to keep in touch, I was left contemplating the nature of my fantasy and the truth we often overlook. Reflecting on that night, I realized that sometimes fantasies are not merely about pleasure or thrill, they can reveal deeper truths about ourselves, our yearnings for connection, understanding, and shared experience. I returned home feeling both liberated and unsettled, admiring how life rarely unfolds according to our plans. I don't think I'll ever forget him or the raw authenticity of our meeting. A few months later, I received a message from him, a simple "How are you?" followed by a photo of a new painting he'd created, something he claimed was inspired by our conversation. I smiled, knowing that the reality was so much richer than the fantasy, and wondered how many others were out there, living in the shadows of their own dreams. As I reflected on that night, I felt a sense of warmth, realizing that it wasn't a nightmare but a beautiful awakening, one that taught me to cherish the imperfections that make life so compelling. The days turned into weeks, and our exchanges evolved into something more profound. Each message from him felt like a gentle ripple in the still waters of my life, nudging me awake from the humdrum routine I had settled into. We shared fragments of our worlds, documenting every laugh, every desire, and every brush of vulnerability that came alive in our conversations. I began to look forward to our nightly chats, my heart dancing at the thought of unveiling the layers of his mind, and I started weaving him into my dreams. The reality was intoxicating, contrasting sharply with the fantasies I had once indulged in, where everything was steamy and perfect, a performance crafted to delight. This was different, it was raw and authentic, filled with the potential for connection and depth rather than mere physical encounters. There was a kind of magic in the imperfections that crept into our exchanges, like when I stumbled over my words, or he shared a painting that seemed incomplete, an echo of whispers and lines that spoke loudly, but lacked the finish and polish I had envisioned. One evening, during one of our lengthy dialogues, I felt the urge to broach the subject of reality. I wanted to tread carefully, though, knowing how easily dreams can shatter under the weight of expectations. "What do you think about exploring our fantasies further?" I typed, my fingers trembling slightly as I hit send, the question hanging in the digital air between us like a conversation held at a cafe, the scent of coffee and pastries wafting around us. I braced myself. Would he take it as a playful suggestion, or would he see it for what it was, a gentle nudge toward the frayed edges of reality? His reply came quicker than I anticipated, a simple "I've thought about it too. But part of me fears losing what we have." Those words echoed in my mind for days. We were treading on a precipice, hovering between the perfect fantasy we had built and the genuine connection that was blossoming. Part of me wanted to dive headfirst into the chaos of it all, to explore every nuance of our desires, to drunk press those fantasies into reality. But another part of me clung desperately to the warmth and safety of our words. What if the tangibility of our dreams bled the colors out of what was already vivid? The notion of it being a nightmare replayed in my thoughts. It was so easy to dance around the idea of passion when it was wrapped tightly in the cocoon of screens and distance. But what if when stripped bare, the reality fell flat, an unfinished painting revealed under the hard light of day? Eventually, after scribbling tentative messages in my mind, I took a deep breath and pressed forward. "What do you want to see happen?" The question was a leap into the unknown, and I felt lighter yet heavier with the weight of it. I wondered if I caught a hint of hesitation in his response, a flicker of uncertainty that made my heart race and pulse thud against my chest. "I want to get to know the real you, beyond the words," he wrote, and I felt an overwhelming warmth spread within me, a craving that stretched beyond mere physicality. Weeks passed, our dialogues traversed the spectrum of feelings, ranging from innocent musings on artistic inspiration to deep dives into the intricacies of commitment. We lost ourselves in stories of past loves, future dreams, and those midnight confessions that spilled out like secrets beneath the stars. Yet, I sensed a contention hanging over us, a question we were avoiding. I could almost hear it, that whisper of destiny. What would it mean to turn this cartoonish dream of skinny dipping in a warm ocean into a picturesque illusion? And then, one rainy evening in late autumn, a soft invitation came nudging into my inbox. "How about meeting in person?" The proposition shimmered before me like the glow of an uncertain flame, and I found myself grinning, then quickly frowning. My heart raced, anticipation clawing at my insides. Could I step into the canvas we'd painted together, or was that the moment when everything would dissolve? I could almost see it, the fantasy stretching out like a beautiful, uncharted horizon before me, pulling me in, while simultaneously pushing me away with the heavy weight of reality. Days of contemplation curled around me like smoke, each twist and turn of thought compelling me onward until I had crafted a response that both terrified and thrilled me. Yes. It hung in my mind like a fragile spell, one word laden with promise and dread. We settled on a small art gallery nestled on the quiet outskirts of town, a space drenched in creative energy, where the paintings were lively, and the atmosphere felt ethereal, scattering the lingering doubts like scattered leaves in the wind. The day of our meeting arrived, and 1,000 butterflies danced in my stomach as I entered the gallery, the smell of fresh paint mingling with the smells of rain and warming spices. The initial thrill fluttering in my chest was marred with a thick layer of apprehension. Would we get lost in each other's eyes, or was I stepping into an awkward situation destined to slip back into the shadows? But then I saw him, standing just beneath a sprawling canvas, blue in swirls of deeper hues that echoed the depths of my mind. Our eyes met, and the world faded into a quiet hum. The moment was surreal, bursting with an intensity I had not anticipated. We spent those hours enveloped in conversation, laughter echoing in the small space. I shared thoughts on art, he chuckled at my nervous stumbles, and for every word we exchanged, I felt the invisible thread tying us draw tighter. We painted a new story together, one that was only beginning to emerge from the canvas of our dreams, no longer constrained by the pixels that had connected us. When our hands brushed, I felt warm currents of electricity. It was clear that we were both aware of the tightrope we walked above an abyss of uncertainty, but the magic of the moment kept us tethered. As the evening wound down and twilight seeped into the gallery, we stepped outside, the world outside appearing softer, illuminated under the gentle glow of street lamps. A wave of real, tangible affection washed over me, fueling the moment with a quiet, electrifying promise. There was no fantasy tearing at the seams, no crumbling reality demanding attention. Just two people taking a chance, creating a story marked not by the typical markers of romance or lust, but by the foundations of honesty and friendship. Months later, I lay in bed, replaying the memories of his laughter and our first meaningful kiss, still enveloped in the sweetness of that night. What could have easily devolved into a nightmare instead turned into the core of a thriving journey, one that transformed our shared dreams into a fragile reality, delicate yet beautiful. With every shared moment and vulnerability, we crafted a version of ourselves that was, and always would be, infinitely richer than anything I had found before, reminding me that sometimes it's the unpredictable chaos of life that blooms into the kind of connection we often yearn for in our fantasies. And as I drifted off to sleep, I allowed the bittersweet wonder of it all to embrace me. In the quiet chambers of my mind, shadows of the past faded, replaced with the whispers of dreams yet to be realized, knowing fully that those fantasies, when touched by honesty, could morph into something stunningly, satisfyingly real. That night marked a turning point in my life, each thought spiraling gracefully into the next as I imagined the small changes I could embrace. I often found myself daydreaming about our conversation, the flow of ideas, the laughter interwoven with vulnerability. It became a tapestry of emotions that I would revisit on quiet evenings when the world outside dimmed into a soft glow. I replayed his words, the way he spoke about art and humanity. Folding my own little insecurities into the fabric of our connection, feeling a sense of permission to embrace my chaotic self. Days turned into weeks, and it astonished me how something so serendipitous could linger like the taste of a fine wine, warm and intoxicating. Every text he sent painted another layer in my mind, a canvas I didn't know I had, each exchange revealing the raw essence of two souls entangled in shared dreams. I began to see my life differently. Instead of the linear paths I had always walked, I found myself wandering into serendipitous alleys of adventure and self-discovery. Then, one evening, as rain drizzled softly against my window panes, my phone buzzed with a familiar rhythm. It was him again, this time asking if I'd like to see his latest exhibit, a showcase he had planned for months in a quaint gallery downtown. My heart raced at the thought. Compared to the previous vague illusions of intimacy through our screens, this was a real-world challenge, a shift from fantasy to reality, a chance to interact beyond the confines of our carefully curated words. I hesitated, nervous about stepping out of my comfort zone. What if we encountered the rawness of existence that often lay beyond the realm of our beautiful exchanges? What if it didn't measure up, shattering the soft cocoon we had spun around each other? but the allure of authenticity won the battle within, and I found myself standing before the gallery a few days later, curiosity blooming inside me as I entered the softly lit space. Colors danced on the walls, each painting embodying a story I hadn't lived, but could feel resonating deep within my heart. And there he was, standing proud amidst his canvases, a mix of nervousness and passion radiating from him like a beacon. Our eyes locked, and in that instant, the world around us faded. It was just the two of us, our connection flourishing amidst the strokes of paint and splashes of color. As we navigated through his works, he explained the inspiration behind each piece, his passion electric. I shared my thoughts too, hesitant but emboldened by the beauty around us and the contrast of our conversations that had now grown into something palpable. Yet, amidst the joy of discovery, I noticed a peculiar unease creeping in, a recognition of the thin line we were treading between fantasy and our very real lives. Suddenly, the idealistic images I had conjured up began to waver, revealing the intricacies of human connection that were not always as simple as they appeared in my dreams. It happened during a soft, spontaneous laugh shared over one of his more abstract pieces, which to me seemed chaotic and whimsical, yet to him symbolized the emotional wreckage of lost love and anger. In that moment, the laughter curdled slightly, revealing glimpses of his real-world complexity. As he bore his soul, shadows flickered in his eyes, hints of struggles and disappointments that his art had masked until now. The fantasy I had wrapped around him of the flawless artist who could lead me into a world painted with sunshine, began to reveal a semblance of darkness that mirrored my own. Feeling a rush of vulnerability, I opened up too, speaking of my own tribulations, the tightrope of expectations holding me hostage in my own life. As the evening unfolded, the layers of our conversations peeled back, leaving room for honesty but also a sense of hesitance, an unsteady dance of vulnerability that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. Our connection deepened that night but was underscored by the ever-present reminder of our fears and insecurities, that perhaps the very beauty we sought was intertwined with the truths we often shied away from. And finally, as we exited the gallery, the gentle rain had morphed into a light drizzle, cascading down like whispered confessions. Walking side by side without a clear destination, I realized it was okay to embrace the unknown, finding solace in the warmth of his presence. The night felt alive, charged with the potential for shared dreams but also the weight of reality pressing down on us. As we reached a quiet park, the moonlight spilled across the grass, illuminating a space where we could stand still for a moment, allowing the hum of the city to fade into the background. I turned to look at him, and in the silent exchange, I understood. The beauty of our connection was not in the idealized fantasies we had conjured, but in the intricacies, the messiness of our truths intertwined. This wasn't a neatly wrapped story, it was still unfolding, an exquisite blend of highs and lows living in the breath between our words. As I lay in bed that night, the echoes of our conversation lingered, a tapestry woven from threads of joy, fear, longing, and relief. No longer was I drifting off to sleep solely wrapped in thoughts of unrealized fantasies. Instead, I was cradled by the promise of an authentic journey ahead, one where nightmares didn't hold dominion over my dreams. In that acceptance, amidst the cacophony of life's beautiful chaos, I felt free. The stars outside shone brightly, as if nodding along to my revelations, and I surrendered to sleep, secure in the knowledge that every moment was a brushstroke on the canvas of my life, exactly as it was meant to be. There's a certain hush that blankets the world when the clock strikes midnight, a stillness that feels both serene and unsettling. And it's during one of these quiet moments that I found myself grappling with the choices that led me to the life I now lead. My name is Mark, and I earned over $10,000 a month designing immersive virtual environments for high-stakes clients, yet beneath this carefully crafted facade of success lay a tangled web of anxiety and regret. It wasn't always like this, of course. Years ago, I was just another dreamer plodding through an uninspiring 9-to-5, my hopes neatly tucked into the corners of my modest cubicle, dreaming of escape. It was during one of those soul-sucking days that I first stumbled upon an online forum where people shared the secrets of their financial success. Ask Reddit for those earning over $10,000 per month, what do you do for a living to achieve that income? The title read, and in a moment of reckless curiosity, I clicked, devouring the tales of entrepreneurs who had transformed their passions into thriving careers. Inspired, I spent the next 2 years building an online presence, experimenting tirelessly with design until I finally landed my first big client, a tech startup working to revolutionize virtual reality for training simulations. My life shifted overnight. I moved out of my cramped apartment into a sleek downtown loft, relishing the attention and validation that came from my newfound lifestyle. But soon after the novelty wore off, whispers of doubt crept into my mind. late nights hunched over my screen, a carousel of client demands, and the pressure to maintain an image of success turned my triumph into a mundane cycle of anxiety. All I could think about was whether I was truly happy or merely living a facade of fulfillment, and the divide between my desires and my reality grew deeper. One evening, while preparing for another video call with a particularly demanding client, I overheard my neighbor, Sarah, talking in animated tones about her plans to quit her corporate job and start her own baking business. It was unpredictable, unstable, yet the fervor in her voice was palpable, filling the hallway with passion, something I hadn't felt in months. I couldn't help but feel a pang of envy and nostalgia. Her pursuit of happiness felt genuine, unlike the hollow satisfaction my success seemed to offer. As I lay in bed that night, the glow of my monitor casting a bluish hue across the room, I felt a wave of self-doubt wash over me, culminating in a gnawing question: was the money really worth it? Unable to shake that lingering thought, I resolved to confront my reality. The very next morning, I reached out to Sarah and, over coffee, shared my journey, confessing my admiration for her liberating choice. We talked for hours, bonding over our dreams and fears, and by the end of the conversation, an idea sparked in my mind: what if I started a side project, perhaps a collaborative digital art installation that combined both our talents? I could provide the technical expertise while she infused the narrative with warmth and connection. It wouldn't be about the income but the joy of creativity and collaboration. The following weeks were transformative. As I chipped away at this new project, the excitement coursed through me like electricity. I felt invigorated as I would work late into the night, not because I had to, but because I chose to, and my perspective began to shift. My clients noticed my renewed passion as well. My work improved and the projects became less of a burden and more of a form of expression. The joy that emanated from the collaboration poured into other aspects of my life, rekindling friendships and bringing more laughter into my home. Although my monthly earnings fluctuated, I found a new balance that transcended money. The culmination of our joint project was both daunting and exhilarating: a site unveiling at a gallery downtown, a breathtaking journey through virtual landscapes inspired by personal stories of transformation. As our visitors wandered through the exhibit, hearing heartfelt narratives interwoven with the stunning visuals, I realized I had found a new purpose, one that didn't solely hinge on financial success. I've learned that fulfillment isn't defined by a dollar amount, but rather by the connections we forge and the passion we nurture. In retrospect, it's the vibrant tapestry of life experiences that we weave together, and sometimes, stepping off the beaten path is the best decision we could ever make. Update: since the exhibit, I've decided to take on fewer clients, focusing on projects that truly resonate with me while nurturing this new creative venture with Sarah. Together, we're exploring deeper collaboration while offering workshops for aspiring artists and business owners. My income is more modest now, but I feel richer in ways that surpass money. My life has become a canvas painted with vibrant colors I never knew I could create. Every day since I made that shift, I revel in waking up with the sun slanting gently through the window, illuminating the room in soft golden hues. My mornings have transformed from hastily throwing on clothes and mentally running through deadlines to slow, balanced rituals that awaken my senses. I brew a cup of rich, dark coffee, inhaling that earthy aroma that has become a comforting staple in my life. I often catch myself standing on the balcony, coffee in hand, taking in the serene beauty of the world around me, the rustle of leaves in a light breeze, the quiet chatter of birds, and sometimes even the distant laughter of children playing in a nearby park. This tranquility serves as the perfect backdrop for my thoughts, allowing my creative juices to flow in ways they haven't for far too long. I think back to the days when money felt like the only measure of success and wonder how I let myself forget the true joy of creation. Sarah's energy is truly infectious. We spend hours brainstorming, sketching ideas in our notebooks, and cracking open a bottle of wine late in the evenings to give life to our shared dreams. With each passing day, collaborating with her feels less like work and more like a coming together of two souls who genuinely understand one another, each having transcended the limits our previous careers imposed on us. The workshops we've started have been nothing short of magical. Watching aspiring artists and business owners learn from our experiences and find their own voices is fulfilling in ways I had never anticipated. Each session is filled with laughter, creativity, and a shared commitment to drive our passions forward, and I'm beginning to see the glimmers of their potential reflected back at me. The energy in the room is palpable, tinged with a sense of mutual growth and encouragement, a space devoid of judgment where creativity flourishes. I vividly remember a participant shared how she had been too afraid to pursue her artistic inclinations for years, feeling trapped by society's expectations. When she finally unveiled her painting, tears streamed down her face, not just from relief, but from the dawning realization that she had the right to express herself fully. That moment struck a chord deep within me, reinforcing my decision to step away from the frenetic rush of my previous life. I can hardly believe how far I've come, both personally and professionally. Sure, the financial stability I used to enjoy has been replaced by a more modest existence, but the richness I experience now is found in the moments made of laughter, creativity, and vulnerability. I've learned to redefine what it means to feel fulfilled. It's more layered and genuine than I ever imagined. Evenings have taken on a new rhythm. Often, I'll find myself cozied up on the couch, wrapped in a worn blanket, feeling grateful as I share stories or brainstorm ideas with Sarah. Sometimes we stay silent, simply enjoying each other's presence, letting our thoughts intermingle as the day slowly fades into night, sprinkled with stars that shine like dreams waiting to be realized. It's a raw, honest reflection of where I am now, and looking back seems almost alien compared to the internal freedom I feel. In the quiet, my mind often wanders to those early days of my transition, where I felt a cacophony of uncertainty swirling in my head. There's that small part of me that occasionally whispers doubts, wondering if I should be chasing after clients again or regretting my slower, more intentional pace. But then I remind myself, this is where the real treasure lies. I reconnect with that vibrant sense of purpose. The voice that once drowned under the chaos has returned, more robust than before. It tells me to trust the process, that fulfillment won't be measured by one's bank account but by the lives I touch, including my own, that stepping off the beaten path is not merely a reluctant retreat, but rather a brave journey into the wilderness of possibility. A little part of me even wonders if I could ever go back. I feel like a bird that's finally taken flight, feeling the exhilarating rush of wind beneath my wings, and now, the thought of confinement is laughable. And while I acknowledge the practicalities of life, utility bills and groceries, there's an undercurrent of excitement that pulses through me at the thought of exploring all these new possibilities with Sarah. Together, we're embarking on more than just adventure, we're cultivating a community of dreamers and creatives, revitalizing the world around us as we push toward a shared vision. The fact that I am earning less doesn't feel like a loss, rather, it is an investment in a richer life, one that sings with authenticity and connection. As I lay in bed each night, I find comfort in knowing I have overcome the doubts that once clawed at my heart. Weaving the threads of passion and purpose into the fabric of our daily lives feels like the ultimate act of rebellion against the voices that once dictated what success should look like. The canvas of my life is expanding, and I look forward to the beautiful strokes that are yet to come, eager for tomorrow's sunrise and the promise of new beginnings it holds. As the days stretched into weeks, each morning felt like an invitation to paint my life anew. Mornings were no longer merely a ritual of waking and rushing, but rather cherished moments where I could savor a steaming cup of tea, feeling the warmth seep into my palms while sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the wooden floors in soft golden hues. With Sarah by my side, our partnership blossomed both in art and in life. We crafted workshops that not only encouraged budding artists but also drew in small business owners eager to translate their passions into viable enterprises. There was something profoundly satisfying in sharing our knowledge, watching individuals rediscover their dreams, their eyes alight with the spark of possibility. One day, as we wrapped up another successful workshop, I noticed Clara, a quiet woman in her 40s, lingering behind. Her hands trembled slightly as she set her finished piece on the table, a vibrant painting that depicted a sunlit garden, reminiscent of her childhood home. The colors were bold and raw, each stroke bursting with unfiltered emotion. Approaching her, I could see the tears pooling in her eyes, reflecting a swirling mix of pride and vulnerability. "I haven't let myself paint in years," she confessed, her voice shaking. "I forgot what it felt like to create something that was just me." As she spoke, I realized how deeply our workshops touched lives beyond mere art. We were touching on the core of what it meant to be human. Feeling an overwhelming surge of empathy, I reached out, squeezing her hand gently. "You've unveiled something beautiful today," I replied, knowing that her creativity was not just a form of expression but a breakthrough, a return to a part of herself she'd hidden away. Interactions like these filled my heart with warmth, creating a bridge between those in the workshop and the artists we were becoming ourselves, breaking down the invisible walls of isolation we often feel in our journeys. Yet, it wasn't all smooth sailing. The transition from a high-earning career to one of modest income had its challenges, especially concerning my savings. I began watching my financial habits, trimming down on daily luxuries, Dinners out with friends turned into cozy potlucks, spontaneous weekend getaways became quiet hiking adventures, and my wardrobe shifted to a blend of artistic thrift finds. At first, I fought against the changes, courage challenging my fears, but I soon discovered that life offered deeper, more fulfilling experiences outside the bustling consumer world I'd once inhabited. One rainy evening, as I sat curled up in our studio, surrounded by brushes and canvases, I received a text from my old business partner, Greg. He wanted to meet up to discuss a collaboration on a project I'd once been a part of, one that had been lucrative but lacked passion. Maybe it was curiosity, or perhaps just the need to understand how my old life could intersect with my new, but I agreed. Our meeting was at a trendy cafe in town, the kind that thrummed with energy and sold overpriced coffee. As Greg walked in, a formally polished shadow of the creative I once knew, I felt conflicting emotions rush through me, nostalgia mixed with a hint of disappointment. "I've been meaning to tell you," he started, his gaze scanning the vibrant artworks hanging on the walls. "Your exhibit was different, real." The compliment felt heavy, almost burdensome, a reminder of the crossroads I had danced between. "It was all about authenticity," I replied softly, feeling a flicker of pride. We fell into routine conversation, yet beneath the surface, there was an undercurrent of tension, the acknowledgement that we were no longer on the same pathway despite sharing a rich history. As Greg detailed his latest projects, I felt the distance between our definitions of success widen. The conversation turned to income as he casually mentioned, "You should consider coming back, Angela, you were always brilliant at landing high-paying clients." The suggestion hung heavy in the air, the implication swirling around us like a dark cloud. "I'm not sure I want that life anymore," I found myself saying, my heart racing at the sudden defiance. What good is high income without fulfillment? His expression tightened, and I watched as he struggled to understand, trapped in his corporate mentality. That evening, as I returned home, the warmth of my studio felt especially comforting. I knew this was where I belonged, where my spirit danced freely, unswayed by the binary metrics of success. In the following weeks, my resolve only strengthened. Clara returned to our workshops, her growth a small but significant testament to our collective purpose. The pieces we were crafting transcended the canvas, forming a community where passion wasn't measured in dollar signs but in authentic connections. As I lay down each night, the worries about finances certainly still lingered, but they grew quieter, overshadowed by the vibrant tapestry of newfound purpose in my life. I realized wealth truly resided not in bank accounts but in the moments we shared, laughter over a shared meal, the joyous shouts of a budding artist celebrating their first piece, or even the quiet contentment of painting side by side with a friend. And eventually, one evening as dusk settled, painting with Sarah in the fading light, I listened to her quiet humming, a simple melody so soothing, it seemed to weave itself around us like a shawl. She turned to me and smiled, and something in that moment clicked. The threads of our separate lives were intertwining, building a hopeful future filled with colors yet to come. Each night, as I drifted into sleep, I surrendered to the beauty of the unknown that awaited with the dawn, grateful for the shadows that led me here, confident that whatever lay ahead, I would continue to create my story one brushstroke at a time. I almost quit my job today, and it had nothing to do with the relentless paperwork or the beleaguered patients lined up outside the clinic. I'm a nurse practitioner, and my days usually blur together in an endless cycle of exams and prescriptions, but this day felt different, like the calm before a storm. I was looking forward to my afternoon shift, a solid block of time free from the morning rush, just me, the soothing hum of the fluorescent lights, and the comforting scent of antiseptic lingering in the air. That's when Lily walked in. She was around my age, maybe a bit younger, and her vibrant green hair was styled in a chaotic bun that seemed to echo her energy. I'd heard whispers of her around the clinic, the one with the unusual case. For someone who dealt with anxiety and depression, she managed to light up the dreary waiting room with her infectious grin, but it quickly faded when I called her name. There was something haunting lurking in the depths of her eyes, a slight tremor in her hands that didn't match her bright facade. As she settled into the examination room, the atmosphere shifted. I asked the usual questions, how she'd been feeling, any changes in medication, and why she sought help today. Instead of the typical responses, though, she began to tell me about the voices. They were quiet at first, just murmurs that danced at the edge of her hearing. But lately? They'd grown louder, insisting she was being watched by someone rather sinister. My heart sank into my stomach. HIPAA exists for a reason, protecting both patient privacy and our sanity, but as she continued, something tugged on my conscience. She said her family didn't believe her and, much worse, that they had given up on trying to help her. It's as if they'd rather pretend I don't exist at all, she said, her voice trembling. I couldn't fathom the depth of that pain, the isolation. I could see the flicker of desperation in her eyes, the yearning for validation. I tried to reassure her, encouraging her to seek support from professionals who could offer therapy and possibly medication adjustments, but she insisted that wasn't enough. The voices had sharpened their focus, demanding she prove her existence in a way that threatened her well-being. I felt my heart race as her story unfolded, a pit forming deep within me. It was getting harder to maintain my professionalism. I knew I shouldn't share my thoughts, my personal experiences as a fellow human who'd felt unseen at times, but a voice in my mind urged me to try. Sometimes, the pressure of feeling invisible can become unbearable, I admitted, keeping my tone steady. But it's crucial to reach out to those who care for you. She hesitated, her expression riddled with conflicted emotions. But what if I don't matter to anyone? She whispered. For a moment, I felt like I had been punched in the gut. Many people felt that way at some point, including myself. I wanted to reach across the space between us, to take her hand and reassure her that she mattered. But I couldn't, not without breaching that invisible line that kept patients and healthcare providers apart. I took a deep breath, the weight of the conversation settling heavily on my shoulders. As she left the room, I felt a mix of relief and dread. I was haunted by her words, her pain, and the burdens I couldn't ease for her. It felt wrong not to do more, to walk away and let someone so desperate wander alone into the world, especially with her fragile mental state. That night, I couldn't shake the experience, replaying her words over and over. I couldn't help but reflect on the strength of connection that often eludes us in our professional roles. I wondered if I had neglected that part of my oath, to care as a human as well as a practitioner. Maybe it was my own past experiences intertwined with her pain, but when I clocked in the next day, I resolved to change my approach. I wanted to find ways to connect my patients with support systems that made them feel valid, to foster a space where they could share openly. Perhaps I couldn't reach out in the fullest sense, but I could certainly lead them to resources that would prove that they mattered. As I worked on crafting a new referral brochure for mental wellness services within the clinic that day, I felt a sense of purpose pulsating within me. And in a way, through focusing on Lily's needs, I began healing some fragments of my own past. If nothing else, I hoped she would find a voice she could trust, a lifeline to bridge the gaps left by those who'd turned away. Months passed, and every so often, I would see Lily's name on the schedule. Each encounter felt like a new chapter. On one visit, I was pleased to see she looked better. The shadows under her eyes had lifted slightly, replaced by a flicker of hope in her voice. "You were right," she said, smiling as she unfolded the complexities of her therapy sessions and newfound support group. "I found my voice. And it turns out, I do matter." In that moment, a warmth spread through my chest, a confirmation that sometimes the smallest acts of reaching out can ignite a change profound enough to alter lives. Lily didn't have to bear her burdens alone anymore, and neither did I. I realized then that being a caregiver wasn't just about the prescriptions or the examinations. Sometimes, it was about sharing pieces of ourselves to help others stitch together their narratives, reminding them that they are not invisible nor expendable. In sharing our stories, we learn to redefine connections and uplift each other beyond the stigmas that might bind us. As I took in these thoughts, I glanced over at Lily, her apprehensive expression softening as she leaned back in the chair, visibly more at ease. The sterile white walls of my office, which usually echoed with the coldness of clinical detachment, seemed to blossom with warmth. There was something powerful unfolding between us, a shared vulnerability that felt like the roots of a plant intertwining beneath the surface, hidden yet vital. Somehow, this realization shifted something within me as well. I was no longer just a healthcare provider, I was both a listener and a participant in an unfolding human experience. However, the day grew darker as I remembered the nagging fears that had haunted me since I became a therapist. My mind wandered back to the unwritten rules of my profession. The protocols of HIPAA, with their stringent regulations, often loomed in the background like a shadow, reminding me that I must tread carefully lest I lose not only my career but also the trust of my patients. What if I stepped over a line with Lily? What if sharing even the slightest piece of my life led to a breach of confidentiality? I was supposed to be the one providing support, not dragging us both into murky waters where boundaries blurred. The anxiety gnawed at me, threading a mixture of elation and trepidation through my chest. To prevent the encroaching worries from spiraling, I redirected the conversation, asking her about her own experiences. A flicker of hesitation crossed her face before she divulged her first encounters with therapy. As she recounted her journey through various milestones, each wrought with its own struggles and victories, a sense of connection deepened. There was an innate comfort in the way our conversation flowed, a gentle give and take that felt as gratifying as it was cathartic. Every shared word knitted our beings closer together, yet in my quieter moments, the toll of my own thoughts lingered like a muted refrain in the background. As the session drew to a close, we exchanged pleasantries, but I sensed an unspoken bond tethered between us, stronger than the unyielding protocols of my profession. Lily had opened up in ways I never anticipated, allowing me to glimpse glorious vulnerabilities within her that reminded me of my own struggles, overwhelming at times, but profoundly human. I made a silent vow to find a way to navigate this connection without falling prey to my own fears. Perhaps, I thought, I could share selectively, using my own experiences to guide but remaining steadfast on the path of professionalism. In the following days, I immersed myself in my work, the rhythm of routine comforting yet occasionally disquieting. Yet, I couldn't shake the memory of that session with Lily. I found myself replaying our conversation over and over, marveling at how two souls braving their respective storms could find solace in shared vulnerabilities. With each passing moment, my initial fears surrounding that session diminished. I felt a resolve taking root. I wanted to work on my boundaries while still holding space for the humanity both Lily and I had uncovered. Finally, I decided that the best way to navigate this delicate situation was not in isolation but together. During our next session, I broached the topic with Lily, underlining the importance of our boundaries yet sharing that vulnerability had proven transformative for both of us. To my relief, she assured me she felt the same sense of community, the relief of companionship. Together, we forged a pact, to be honest about our boundaries while allowing our connections to flourish. The resolution felt simplistic yet significant. It was an unspoken agreement to uphold the integrity of our therapeutic space while celebrating the truth of our shared humanity. With each session that followed, I felt lighter, an odd sense of liberation tethered to my heart. Lily continued to open up in ways that astonished me, and I found myself drawn to her courage, the way she navigated her challenges with such simmering hope. The fear of HIPAA violations dulled in the face of the profound benefits of our connection. It became part of the backdrop of my practice, where I learned to delicately balance my role while still being present, authentic, and, most importantly, human. Reflecting now on that initial trepidation, I feel a newfound appreciation for the journey we've embarked upon, the uncharted waters of vulnerability and the cozy warmth that rises when care meets courage. Amidst the ethical intricacies of my profession, I've found that the essence of caregiving flourishes in honesty, resilience, and shared stories, cementing a beautiful, imperishable bond stretched across what once felt like walls of clinic and distance. After some time, I received a message from Lily. It was brief yet packed with gratitude, a simple, "thank you," expressing how our sessions felt less like a bandage on wounds but rather a seasoned balm for her spirit. I smiled as I read it, my heart lifting again at the thought that we both had navigated this path together, reminding me that sometimes, in the delicate dance of healing, the lines can blur in the most beautiful ways. Life was about bridging gaps, and our bond, though formed in a therapeutic context, had transformed into a cherished connection that I never could have forged alone. And so I realized, in the unpredictable landscape of being a caregiver, it is the humanity we share, the light and shadows, that helps us grow. As I reflected on that turning point between us, I found myself sitting in my small office, a cozy nook piled high with medical textbooks and framed reminders of why I chose this path in the first place. The walls, painted a calming shade of blue, felt more comforting than sterile as they witnessed the evolution of our relationship, a relationship I had once thought was strictly professional now unfolding into something rich and redemptive. I recalled the countless hours I spent with Lily, sifting through her complexities and the layers of stories she carried like old baggage. Each session had been a dance of vulnerability, her heart laid bare against the backdrop of my clinical paperwork and diagnostic goals. I had come to realize that through her own depths of despair, a flicker of resilience shone, and in turn, she was illuminating the way for me, a reminder of the intrinsic connection that binds us all as we navigate our personal labyrinths. But with joy comes uncertainty, and as thrilled as I was to forge this bond, I knew I had to tread carefully. There were boundaries to consider, ethics to uphold, particularly with someone whose path had been riddled with trauma and heartache. I pondered the intricacies of our conversations and wondered how I could continue to support her while avoiding the slippery slope of overreach. Amidst my thoughts, the reality was the challenging nature of navigating a caregiver's role, enhancing lives and offering insights without overstepping that invisible line, one that could easily blur. Soon, our next session arrived, a Wednesday that marked a full month since she had first come to see me. I prepared with mixed emotions, excitement stitched with the shadows of apprehension. As I entered the room, a familiar sight warmed my heart. Lily was already seated, her hands twirling a small silver locket, a talisman of sorts that had clearly become her anchor. "I've been thinking about what you said last time," she began, her voice steady, yet with a softness that carried an underlying vulnerability. "About sharing pieces of ourselves." Her words unfurled like blossoms in spring. Our conversation deepened and broadened in ways that felt profound yet so natural. She spoke of benevolent ghosts from her past, former friends who had fallen away, consumed by their own battles, and how their absence left scars she sometimes could not articulate. I listened intently, leaning forward, as time seemed to slip away like sand through fingers. What followed was a gentle volley of stories, her laughter sparking light moments, while the shadows of sorrow lurked just behind the edges, grounding her narrative. A part of me knew that I had to reveal a bit of my own past, a thread of vulnerability to encourage her narrative to grow. I shared tales of my early days in this field, moments of crippling self-doubt when my idealism collided with the stark realities of human pain. I spoke of patients whose stories had etched themselves into the tapestry of my soul, shaping my resolve and orientation. A fierce yet fragile connection blossomed in that exchange, making our struggles feel lighter, almost woven into each other's fabric of experience in a way that transcended clinical boundaries. As weeks drifted on, I felt us move through those uncharted waters, each session filled with dimensions that I had long ago yearned for in this profession, a partnership of healing in its purest form. I was filled with hope, camaraderie, and yet, a tinge of fear. It was the fear of losing her to the world's cruel indifference or the possibility of outing her vulnerabilities to another who would not understand. The emotional weight was palpable, but we thrived in our candid spaces, lifting each other. Sometimes I found it a bit too exhilarating and overwhelming, yet necessary. Then one day, it happened. Lily mentioned her desire to take a step further, exploring creative outlets to channel her feelings. She spoke of wanting to write a blog, to immortalize her battles and stir others who might feel lost. My heart raced, not out of fear, but sheer exhilaration at the thought of her blossoming beyond the confines of our sessions. Yet, the notion struck a dual chord. What if revealing those thoughts to the world puts you at risk? I hesitated. But she countered with a quiet steeliness that took me aback. "It's my story, and I deserve to tell it how I want." And she paused, allowing the weight of her words to settle. It was a moment that whispered volumes, and I felt our roles reverse in that heartbeat. I began to see her not just as a patient in need of care, but as a beacon of strength, reaffirming that healing was a shared journey, bringing us back, full circle, to where we started, the necessity of weaving our lives together into something magnificent. With that revelation, I let go of my fears, recognizing that sometimes a pathway to healing lay in the raw honesty of our experiences. I embarked on encouraging her, offering my support and guidance while she traversed this new creative venture. As she crafted her first post, I felt a rush of gratitude. By helping her navigate the uncharted waters of sharing, I was also embracing my fears and reaffirming my purpose. In that light, I learned and grew right alongside her. And suddenly, the once stern lines of caregiver and patient blurred in the most beautiful, validating way. As days turned to weeks, I watched her transform into a confident storyteller, her words wrapping around other seekers of solace as if crafting a communal blanket in which they could huddle. The small canvas of our original therapeutic room became a vibrant tapestry stitched with lifelike colors reflecting joy and sorrow, laughter and tears. It drew others in, creating bonds of understanding and shared struggles. One day, while uploading her latest blog post, she reached out to me with dazzling excitement. A 2-minute read turned into an avalanche of uplifting responses. It was then that I began to fully grasp the magnitude of our connection. I felt closer to Lily than I had to anyone in a long time, and as the lines of our roles shifted, I found comfort in the dance we had created together. Then, as the seasons changed, so did our meetings. We held space together, celebrated milestones, and cried over setbacks, all part of a story that was still unfolding. Each session became a symphony of shared moments, navigating the unpredictable landscape together, replete with laughter, tears, and the beauty of newfound openness. With each step, I grew more certain in my belief that this journey was reciprocal. We were learners, healers, companions, and in the end, we were simply two souls forging ahead, one day at a time. As I look back on that journey, I remember it as a paradox, a blend of vulnerability wrapped in strength. I thought I would make Lily stronger, but in turn, she helped me reclaim parts of myself that I had buried under the weight of duty and expectation. In embracing her fragility while celebrating her resolve, I became entwined in the very essence of caregiving, a shared spirit where the act of healing became about all of us, far beyond the mere confines of an office. I never once regretted that I hadn't quit. Instead, I found a path not only for her but for myself, and this, I realized, was precisely what I was meant to do. Update: it's been 6 months since I last wrote this account, and I felt compelled to share a final chapter. Lily's blog had taken off. She was invited onto a platform to speak about her experiences, and through it all, her voice, our voice, has become a beacon for others struggling in shadows. Last week, we hosted a community gathering, bringing people together to share their stories face to face in a celebration of resilience. Something magical happened. In seeing the way our paths converged with others, I realized I wasn't just a caregiver, I was a part of something much larger than myself. We weren't alone anymore, and in stepping away from the boundaries I once feared, I learned that being human means opening ourselves up to the tapestry of lives we weave together, brightened by the stories we share. Confession: I did something horrible when I was a kid, and I deeply regret it. It's a memory that has haunted me for years, nestled in the recesses of my mind like a dark secret I've never fully shared with anyone. I was just 10 years old, brimming with innocence and an endless well of curiosity, living in a suburb that seemed normal enough on the surface. The sun always seemed to shine brighter back then, illuminating the endless afternoons spent playing outside, running through sprinklers, and riding bikes with my friends. I was part of a close-knit group that spent every summer day together, biking down to the local ice cream parlor or exploring the patch of woods behind our houses. My best friend, Jake, was the ringleader, always coming up with wild ideas that sent us on new adventures. One day, we decided to build a treehouse, claiming the tallest oak in the park as our own. We couldn't have been more excited. It felt like we were creating our own little kingdom and a sanctuary from the unpredictability of kid life. As we gathered tools and planks, I remember the thrill coursing through me, the sense of freedom intertwined with the power of creation. But one afternoon, as we were hammering away and sharing laughs, a younger kid from the neighborhood wandered into our territory. His name was Tommy, a shy little boy who usually kept to himself, always trailing a few paces behind the rest of us. He was the kind of kid who blended into the background, the sort rarely acknowledged unless someone was feeling particularly generous. I could see the flicker of hope in his big brown eyes as he asked if he could join us, but something twisted inside of me. Instead of welcoming him, I felt an irrational surge of disdain. Maybe it was the jealousy of being the center of attention or a fleeting belief that he'd ruin our fun, but whatever it was, I didn't stop to question it. I laughed cruelly and said something awful, a comment about him being too small, too weak, too undesirable to join in. My friends snickered, and Tommy's expression shifted from hope to hurt in an instant. The laughter rang hollow, and a sickening weight settled in my stomach. But I brushed it off, too caught up in the group mentality and my own ego. Just a kid being a kid, right? As days passed, I noticed Tommy drifting further away from our circle, never quite looking me in the eye whenever we crossed paths at school or on the playground. I knew what I had done was wrong, but the longer I let it sit unacknowledged, the easier it became to pretend as if it hadn't happened. The guilt felt heavy, but my pride held it locked away. Summers faded into autumn, and soon, Jake and I found ourselves in high school, diverging down our respective paths. Life got busier, and I tried to ignore the gnawing feeling in my gut, convincing myself that I'd outgrown it. Years rolled by, and the memory of that moment occasionally flickered through my mind, always accompanied by a pang of regret. Then, one fateful evening, while scrolling through social media, I stumbled upon a post from Tommy. It was a picture of him standing beside the college acceptance letter I had never expected to see, a smiling, confident young man, brimming with potential. My heart sank as I realized how much he had grown, how far he had come despite what I had said to him. The guilt resurfaced like a tidal wave, crashing over the reservations I'd built up over the years. I couldn't let it go this time. I whipped out my phone, heart racing, and sent him a message, one filled with the sincerity I had neglected all those years ago. I told him how sorry I was, how much I regretted my cruel words. I hit send, my heart pounding with anticipation and dread. When I received a response, it was measured and surprisingly kind. Tommy acknowledged my apology but added that he had long since forgiven me, though the wound had hurt at the time. He had learned to overcome the judgment of others and find strength in himself. Those words pierced me, they held an understanding that I didn't deserve. It marked the beginning of a tentative friendship. We started chatting occasionally, sharing bits of our lives with one another. I learned about his success in college, his passion for graphic design, his dreams to start a nonprofit for kids who felt lost and unwanted, like he had once. In return, I shared my own struggles, my wrong turns, and the lessons I had learned along the way. Each exchange helped to evaporate the distant sorrow that had clung to me for so long. In time, I came to realize that while I could never erase my past actions, I had the chance to create a different narrative moving forward. Tommy became a beacon of resilience for me, a reminder that even the smallest acts could lead to larger transformations. Each conversation carved a path toward healing. It helped open my heart while offering incredible insight into the lives of others. I began volunteering at a local youth center, guiding kids much like the younger Tommy I had wronged, and slowly, I felt that weight lift, replaced by a sense of purpose. Looking back on that summer, I realize how naive I was, how easy it was to slip into cruelty without understanding its burden. Sometimes, the smallest moments can define our futures, and everything I regretted turned into a lesson, a chance to rebuild the kind of person I wanted to be. Update: a few months later, I gathered enough courage to ask Tommy if he would be interested in collaborating on a community project, an inclusive art program for kids, blending creativity and kindness. To my delight, he was thrilled about the idea. Today, we run the program together, offering a safe space for children to express themselves without fear, to create rather than destroy. Sometimes, redemption comes when you least expect it, and from the ashes of my regret, I finally found a reason to hope. As the sun dipped low over the horizon, casting warm hues across the sky, I stood by a cluster of colorful murals we had completed the week before, each vibrant section a testament to the creativity unleashed within our community. The air was filled with the laughter of children, their giggles weaving together with the soft sounds of nature. It felt surreal, standing there with Tommy, who had become not only a partner but a true friend. We had spent countless evenings brainstorming ideas, and I was still in awe of how far we had come since my confession. I recalled the day I had finally gathered the nerve to reach out to him. My hands shook as I typed the message, reliving all the memories of our childhood and the pivotal moment when everything had spiraled out of control. I remember hesitating, debating whether I should send an apology along with my pitch for a project or if I should simply focus on moving forward together. After a long, sleepless night, I hit send, letting my hope soar despite the fear of rejection looming over me. When Tommy responded with enthusiasm, I felt a tide of relief wash over me. I would have never anticipated how gracious he could be. Working side by side with him in our new endeavor was like stitching together a patchwork of broken pieces into something truly beautiful. And those children, seeing them gather, picking up their brushes as they painted side by side, created an inexplicable warmth in my chest. I felt like I was a part of something larger than myself, something positive. I watched as they learned to collaborate, encouraging one another, dissolving any hint of doubt with laughter and the joy of creating. Tommy often shared his adventures with the kids, how he would sit on the worn-out grass, giving them pointers while they experimented with colors and textures, fostering not just their artistic minds, but their spirits as well. The program grew, word spread, and soon parents were coming to us, grateful for the outlet we had created, a haven for their kids to explore their feelings and abilities. Yet, amidst the joy that filled these moments, I occasionally felt the quiet tickle of guilt stir within me. Was this enough? Could I ever truly atone for the pain I caused Tommy? I tried to dismiss those thoughts, but even now, years later, they would seep into my moments of reflection. One afternoon, as a golden sunset illuminated the art we had created, I turned to Tommy, ready to unearth the topic I had been avoiding. Do you remember? You know, what happened when we were kids? I want you to know how sorry I truly am for everything. He paused, his brush gliding to a halt as he glanced at me, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, but then that familiar, understanding smile curved on his lips. You know, Alex, I appreciate you saying that. But it's okay. We were kids, and kids make mistakes. I forgave you a long time ago, I just didn't know how to talk about it then. Relief washed over me, and the weight on my shoulders lightened considerably. In that moment, the bond we shared felt even more profound. Forged from both traces of hurt and a new relationship built on trust. As the laughter of children filled the air, mingling with the warmth of dusk, I realized that moving on doesn't always mean forgetting, it sometimes means embracing growth. Our project was thriving, and while my past lingered like a shadow, it was a shadow softened by the light of forgiveness. We were not the same boys anymore, each of us had transformed, with our scars merely hints of our shared history, and the lessons we learned would guide us in nurturing the next generation of artists. In the midst of the children's creativity, I saw a reflection of hope, not just for them but for myself as well. While the past remained a testament to my mistakes, I had forged a new path, one paved with kindness, creativity, and community. As I looked around at the children, their tiny hands smudged with paint and their eyes gleaming with inspiration, I could finally breathe. It felt as if the universe was gently reminding me that redemption is possible, even when you fear it may never come. With Tommy by my side, we moved closer to a brighter future, filled with artistic dreams, and laughter that echoed long after the sun had set. And as I watched the sun dip completely beyond the horizon, I found solace in the silence of a night that promised the dawn of a new day, a new opportunity to be better. Each night after the workshop ended, I found myself lingering a little longer, swept up in the afterglow of creativity and connection. The walls of our community center, once dull and washed out, now gleamed with vibrant murals crafted by the kids, each painted stroke a testament to the voices they were beginning to discover. I often sat on a weathered stool near the large bay window, watching as families started to trickle down the street, their laughter mingling with the fading light. The atmosphere felt electric, charged with possibility, and for the first time in years, the weight of my past didn't pull me down, it buoyed me forward. Tommy would come over after tidying up, bringing with him a steaming. I've often pondered the small moments that diverge and spiral into something entirely unexpected, and my life took one of those turns the day I decided to lie about my age. I was just 16, a kid on the precipice of adulthood, yearning for independence but too trapped under the weight of my parental expectations to carve my own path. When I spotted that quaint little apartment listed online, affordable, with sunlight streaming through each window and an inviting balcony overlooking a park, I felt an electric thrill rush through me. For years, I had dreamt of escaping my suffocating home life, the thought of living alone was intoxicating. So, in a reckless rush, I crafted a new identity, boldly declaring myself 21, convinced that one tiny lie was harmless. Somehow, the landlord took my fabricated story at face value, signing the lease without a second glance. The first night in that empty apartment was exhilarating. I remember sinking into the unfamiliar couch with a glass of cheap wine, my heart racing with the thrill of my newfound freedom. Yet, as time passed, I realized I had unwittingly opened a Pandora's box. Lying about my age became a habit, a reckless thread that began to weave itself through the very fabric of my life. I found myself straddling two worlds, the carefree existence of a college student and the terrifying reality of still being a teenager. Every interaction with my neighbors and new friends came laced with the tension of my deception, and my anxiety peaked each time someone asked me to recount a story about my past. I avoided anything that might have exposed my truth, replying with vague memories crafted from bits and pieces of friends' experiences and the stories I gravitated toward online. I reveled in the freedom but became increasingly engulfed by the guilt of my deceit. My little sanctuary morphed into a gilded cage, and as the months rolled on, I felt the pressure mounting. One evening, I returned home after a long day at my high school, only to find my neighbor Leah waiting for me outside my apartment. Leah was 22, a free spirit with an infectious laughter that echoed through the halls, and somehow, I had allowed myself to get close. She had welcomed me into her circle, and I was terrified of the moment she would discover my truth. Yet that evening, she simply turned to me and asked if I wanted to join her for a dinner with her friends, a casual invitation that filled me with both gratitude and dread. I spent the night dodging questions like they were bullets and laughing a little too hard at jokes that I couldn't fully understand. But underneath the surface, I felt it creeping in, the weight of my deception. I would always be looking over my shoulder, waiting for the inevitable crash when my lies would unravel. The breaking point came on my birthday, which I had kept a secret from everyone. I didn't want to face the shame of revealing my actual age, but I felt so alone as I stared at the clock, watching the hours tick by. Leah and her friends surprised me with a small cake as they ambushed me with a chorus of happy birthday, only I felt shattered inside. That night, I gathered the courage to pull Leah aside, my palms clammy with anxiety. And with my heart racing, I confessed everything, how I had fabricated my age and the spiral of lies that followed. She stared at me in disbelief, her laughter evaporating into silence. I braced myself for rejection, for anger, but instead, she paused, her expression softening as she took a deep breath. "You're still you, with or without your fibs," she said quietly. "Just be honest from now on." It wasn't a magical resolution, but in that moment, something shifted within me. I realized I needed to take ownership of my truth, as complicated and messy as it was. I began to dismantle the layers of my facade, allowing those around me to see the real me, a confused teenager navigating adulthood. Though it didn't erase the past, I began to mend my relationships, unexpected friendships blossoming from the ashes of my dishonesty. The landlord eventually agreed to let me stay despite learning my true age, seeing the growth within me as I started taking responsibility. Looking back, I realized that snowballing can lead not just to chaos, but to unexpected positivity. I learned that the weight of truth carries its own freedom, and while I never would have chosen that path, it shaped who I am today. Life is not about the perfect facade, it's in the moments of genuine connection and vulnerability. And to the world, I now stand as I am, an imperfect being with tales of mistakes and lessons that remind me to embrace authenticity. Update: a year has passed since the confessional night, and I'm now navigating college, still in that same apartment. Leah and I have formed a close friendship, not based on my pretensions, but on real shared experiences, going to flea markets and sipping lattes while dissecting life's absurdities. I still catch myself looking back at that version of me, aware of how far I've come. Recently, I even wrote a letter to the landlord expressing my gratitude for believing in me during a time when I didn't believe in myself. He wrote back, reminding me that we all make mistakes and grow from them. Life is a winding journey, and I'm thankful for every twist and turn that brought me to now. But the journey hasn't always felt like smooth sailing. There have been moments, especially in the quiet hours when I reflect on my life, where a shadow of doubt creeps in, wondering if the foundation of my adult life was built on deception. During some of our flea market trips, as I flipped through vintage records and marveled at dusty books, I found myself revisiting that fateful decision at 16. It's funny how small fibs can grow into intricate webs that weave through our lives, binding us to choices we never intended to make. My friends would often laugh it off, joking that my made-up age had granted me an air of sophistication that belied my imagination, but there were times when I felt like I was playing a role in some bizarre play, always afraid someone would pull back the curtain and expose the truth. One evening, while we sat at our usual cafe, the sun dipping below the horizon, I hesitated when a local reporter approached our table, asking about my perspective on young renters in the city. My heart raced as I weighed my options, the words swirling around in my mind. I could easily slip into witty banter, call upon years of life experiences to fill the void, but what would that say about me? Would any of it matter if the foundation of my voice was rotted with untruths? I made a split-second decision, answering in broad strokes, citing statistics from research I'd read rather than lived experiences. The reporter nodded, jotting things down, and as she walked away with a polite smile, I felt a strange combination of relief and guilt wash over me. Life continued to carry on, my friendships deepened, my job stabilized, and sometimes, I even forgot the years that stretched beneath the surface of my fibs. Yet, shadows lingered. I would occasionally receive emails or messages from others who were caught in similar predicaments, drawn to me for advice, wondering how they too might navigate the fragile waters they'd created. While I tried to help them untangle the complexities, the irony of it all was not lost on me, the shared experience of building lies, faced by those who sought honesty from a person who didn't always walk the talk line. I slowly began to realize that many people held their own secrets, some even darker than mine. In a strange turn of events, my past no longer felt like a burden, it transformed into a bridge connecting me to others just trying to figure their way out of the dark. One night, while I was alone at home, I started a blog, a simple space where I could share my truths, my missteps, and the beauty of forging authentic connections, craft a narrative stripped of illusions. As I hit publish for the first time, I felt lighter, as if something oppressive had been lifted. I wrote about that first apartment, my fear-driven motivations, and ultimately, about how I emerged from it, not because of the falsehoods but because of my determination to embrace who I was becoming. A few months into my new online journey, I received a message that sent chills down my spine. It was from the landlord who had once taken a chance on a scared 16-year-old. "I saw your blog," he wrote simply. "It made me proud." Sometimes, we all carry parts of our past that we wish to forget, but they shape us into who we are today. Keep sharing your journey. His words were balm to a part of me that had worried about being known for my lies instead of my growth. I took a deep breath, realizing that despite my past, I was still welcomed into a community shaped by shared vulnerability. Looking back now, I see that each twist and turn, each misstep and misrepresentation, has intricately woven into the fabric of my life's narrative, and I wouldn't change a single thread. Following the landlord's kind words, I decided it was time to be completely honest with my friends, to share the entirety of my story as a gift of authenticity we could all cherish. Sitting down over steaming lattes and sweet pastries, I spilled my heart and all my confessions. Their reactions were loving. Instead of judgment, there was understanding, an acknowledgement that life is chaotic and imperfect and that we all wear masks from time to time, seeking the right moment to slip them off. So, here I am, at a point in my life where I embrace my past as part of my present, where honesty reigns, and where the story continues to evolve. As I write this, I can't help but wonder how many others sit in silence, their truths buried beneath the weight of society's expectations, waiting to break free and carve out their own narratives. I know that courage often looks like vulnerability and that sharing our stories, however messy, can light the way for those feeling lost in the shadows. Who knew a simple lie at 16 would lead to so much growth? Life can indeed be a wondrous, winding journey if we give ourselves the permission to be authentic along the way. As I sit here, reflecting on the winding path that brought me to this moment, I can't help but think of how transformative the last few years have been. The initial thrill of my bold deceit had worn off long ago, replaced by a profound realization that authenticity is far more liberating than pretending to be someone else. In the years since I hastily claimed an age that belonged to someone wiser than me, I've navigated a maze of experiences that have shaped my identity far more than that flimsy lie ever could. I remember the moments of doubt, the nagging voice whispering in my ear, telling me that I wasn't worthy of the life I had built, that one day the truth would emerge and all my hard work would crumble around me like a house of cards. Those fears hung over me, a gray cloud threatening to unleash its downpour at any moment. But with each passing day, I learned more about myself. I discovered my passions, falling in love with the art of photography, a pursuit that allowed me to capture the subtle beauty in the mundane. I can vividly recall that crisp autumn afternoon at the park, the way the leaves danced to the ground, how the golden sunlight fell perfectly on the faces of children laughing. It felt like I was painting images with my camera, narrating the unspoken stories that each frame held. It was through these creative outlets that I found community, fellow artists who, like me, were drawn together by the heartbeats of their passions. There was something raw and profound about those gatherings, sharing pieces of our lives through our art without ever having to hide behind pretense. It felt like I had finally shed the weight of my earlier facade, and instead, I was embraced. For the messy, beautiful reality that I had to offer, the child who had once lied about her age, now standing tall among those who poured their truths into the world. And yet, even in these moments of connection, I still felt the lingering shadows of my past nudging at my consciousness. I anguished over whether I should come clean to my friends about my youthful deception, questioning if such a revelation would shatter the fragile tapestry of trust that I had worked so diligently to weave over the years. Then one evening, as I sat with a friend I had grown particularly close to, Sarah, with her infectious laugh and knack for enlightening conversations, we dove deeper into our respective struggles. I could see the way she battled her own insecurities, the way she compared her journey to others, especially on social media, where the reels of polished lives could leave one feeling utterly inadequate. It struck me then that maybe sharing my story might alleviate some of her burdens and offer her solace in realizing that we are all wrestling with our own narratives, imperfect and beautifully complex. With a trembling heart, I admitted to her my truth, the fib about my age, the fear of being seen as an unworthy child. Instead of recoiling, Sarah leaned in closer, her eyes wide and understanding. To my surprise, she didn't judge. Instead, she shared her own secret, a time when she had pretended to be more established in her career than she truly was, a facade birthed out of fear and desperation. It felt like a domino had fallen, setting off a chain reaction of shared confessions. Topics that previously felt taboo were suddenly free to roam between us. What began as an anxious confession morphed into a profound exchange of intimacy, where we offered pieces of our flawed existence to one another, a dance of vulnerability that, while unnerving, solidified our bond even further. As our conversations layered over one another, painting a richer tapestry of our friendship, I noticed that pain and joy cohabitated in those stories, each lending strength to the other. By the time the sun had set, casting soft shadows across our faces, I felt a wave of liberation wash over me. It was the first time my lie didn't feel like an anchor, but rather, a stepping stone towards deeper truths and connections. Since that night, I've made it a practice to embrace my authenticity, especially when it comes to friendships. My story, while not always boastful or inspiring in the traditional sense, serves as a gentle reminder that life is a collection of experiences, no matter how polished or chaotic they may seem. As I write this, I still find myself in moments of reflection, grappling with the remnants of my past misrepresentation, but instead of shame, I feel a sense of gratitude. It pushed me into the depths of myself, forcing me to confront my fears and rise above them with compassion for both the younger me and the person I am becoming. Truly, our lives are a mosaic of light and shadow, and even the mistakes can guide us to the most radiant pieces of ourselves if we allow them the space to exist. So, as I close this chapter, I can't help but wonder where the next twist in my story will lead me. Perhaps it's in sharing both the highs and lows that we carve out a space for others, the torchbearers of our narratives who may still be waiting to step into their own light, whispers of courage nestled within them, waiting to be set free. It's funny how life can seem so normal one minute and then unravel completely the next. I remember sitting in my living room, maybe a week into the lockdown, the weight of the world pressing down on my shoulders like I was being buried alive. My name is Sam, and I had always been the type of person who thrived on routine, working from home when I was given the chance, taking my daily strolls to the coffee shop just 2 blocks away, and settling into my cozy chair every evening to read or binge watch whatever captivating show I could find. The silence that enveloped my neighborhood during those first few days of the COVID lockdown felt almost foreign. It was like the world had pressed pause on the very fabric of our lives, and what should have been a simple moment of quiet turned into an unsettling void that echoed in my chest. My phone buzzed incessantly with news updates, family group chats, and the occasional Zoom invitation, further drawing me into a vortex of uncertainty, but I didn't want to join those calls. I didn't want to see smiling faces that felt haunted by the anxiety we all shared. What was meant to be a temporary setback had soon launched me into what felt like a living nightmare, my isolation only deepening as the days rolled into weeks. But as the months passed, I slowly began to adapt to this strange new reality. I started sharing my thoughts on Reddit, joining various communities to find solace among strangers, pouring out my feelings about the lockdowns, and sharing my experiences of loneliness and frustration. That's where I met Lucy, someone who felt equally lost and bewildered by it all. She lived several states away, her life similarly altered. Our conversations drifted from light banter to deeper reflections about loss and hope. Sharing snippets of our daily lives became our safe haven. She talked about her love for painting and the vibrant colors that often eluded her during the lockdowns, while I found comfort in her words and began putting my thoughts onto paper. What had started as a way to escape turned into a blossoming friendship. We began video chatting nightly, our laughter filling what had once been an empty void. The refracted sunlight streaming through my window as I sat on the floor with my laptop felt warm. It illuminated not only my space but also the corners of my heart that had dimmed. I had not anticipated feeling this connection during a time rife with uncertainty. Yet, as time marched on, I found myself wrestling with something I hadn't expected, the weight of a burgeoning affection for Lucy. It was undeniable, and with every shared late-night confession, my heart ached with the gravity of feelings unspoken. Would revealing my feelings jeopardize the solace we'd built together? The internal conflict tugged at my mind incessantly. I didn't want to ruin the one thing that had brought color back into my life, and still, I longed to tell her just how much she meant to me. One evening, as we talked about the future and the world reopening, I felt the courage swell within me like the tide swelling under the moonlight. In a raw moment of honesty, I confessed my feelings and admitted the delicate dance of hope that had taken hold of my heart. To my relief, she was quiet for a moment, and then smiled, her eyes sparkling with the very same vulnerability. It turned out she had felt the spark too, unsure how to voice it amid the chaos surrounding us. As the lockdowns began to lift and the world cautiously re-emerged from the shadows, so did our friendship blossom into something more profound. We planned to meet, finally collapsing the distance that had once kept us apart. That day arrived, the sun shining brightly in stark contrast to the rain clouds of the past year, and I remember pacing nervously in a small park where we agreed to meet. When I saw her walking toward me, there was an electrifying jolt in the air as if time had paused for just a moment. The laughter and love we had built from screens now resonated through the rustling of leaves and the soft chirping of birds around us. The discussions that spanned evenings and wrapped around our hearts became rich conversations in person, and in those quiet moments, I realized how much I had yearned for human connection. We embraced, and it felt as if I was breathing life for the first time after gasping for air. Reflecting now, it's surreal to think about how COVID was a catalyst, a strange and terrifying tragedy that somehow led me to Lucy, who now stands by my side as we navigate this post-lockdown era together. Life shifted dramatically during those months, and when I envision that time, I think of more than just isolation. I think of finding love, rediscovering passion and creativity, and rekindling the simple joys like the warmth of laughter. And to answer that imagined question in 25 years about life during the lockdown, I'll say it was during those dark days that I found the light in unexpected places, and, more importantly, within myself, igniting a flame that continues to burn, reminding me that even the darkest of nights can lead to a brilliant dawn. Update: a few months later, Lucy and I are doing well together, our bond stronger than ever. We've even started collaborating on some artistic projects, blending her painting with my writing, and it feels incredible to work side by side, creating new worlds together. As the world around us seems to find its rhythm again, I remain ever grateful for the quiet moments that led me to this exhilarating chapter of life, and I often remind myself that sometimes, amidst chaos, you can stumble into something beautiful and unexpected. As I sit here in the soft morning light filtering through our cluttered studio, I can't help but reflect on how far we've come since those uncertain days of lockdown. The space is filled with the heady scent of paint and freshly brewed coffee, a mixture that feels like home now, and it's easy to forget that just a few months ago, even stepping outside felt like a gamble. Lucy is perched on her stool, her paintbrush dancing across the canvas, lost in her world of colors and textures while I type furiously on my laptop, trying to capture the essence of our journey in words. There's an unspoken understanding between us, a rhythm that seems to sync our creative energies into a harmonious flow, and I often pause to watch her. The way her brow furrows in concentration and the soft smile that breaks through when she's particularly pleased with a stroke reminds me of everything we've learned in the chaos of those months apart. Our bond was forged in that strange silence of the lockdown, when we were forced to face ourselves and the depth of our emotions. Even when the world outside grew louder with conflicting narratives and demands for normalcy, Lucy and I carved out our own little sanctuary, one filled with art, laughter, and honest conversations. I can still recall the tension of those early days, the screen time stretching endlessly, the dread of the unknown gnawing at my stomach, and the conversations that oscillated between overly optimistic and painfully honest. I remember one evening in particular, where the weight of isolation hung heavy in the air. Lucy had called me, worry draping her voice like a thick fog. She spoke of loneliness, of dreams deferred, and fears bubbling just below the surface. I listened, feeling helpless from afar, but it was in this raw exchange that we unearthed our shared insecurities, and both of us started to voice the longing for connection. Slowly, we began a ritual of sorts. Every evening at 6, we would meet virtually, sharing snippets of our days, our worries, and our hopes, gradually stitching the gaping holes that distance created in our hearts. The soft glow from our screens became a lifeline. Over time, conversations turned into creative exchanges, and before I knew it, we were nurturing something that went beyond friendship. The moment we decided to collaborate, it felt like a blossoming flower, effortlessly unfolding, revealing colors and patterns we never knew existed. Once we began blending our arts, her vibrant, swirling colors complementing my stories that danced with emotion, we uncovered a new facet of our relationship. Each painting sparked a narrative, each poem inspired a vivid scene, and it felt as if we were building a bridge from our separate lives to one shared together, alive with inspiration. Today, as I watch her mix cobalt blue with hints of emerald, I can't shake off the gratitude that washes over me. I realize that those long, isolating nights ultimately gifted us with clarity, to see each other not only as creators but as partners navigating this unpredictable world. I wouldn't change a thing. As our brushes glide across the canvases, Lucy meets my gaze, a spark of mischief in her eyes. "Did you think the lockdown would lead to us being an art duo?" she asks, and I chuckle, shaking my head. I never saw the turning points as clearly back then, lost as I was in the noise of uncertainty. Now, with each stroke shared between us, I'm awash in the beauty of this unexpected journey. I muse over where we will go from here, as life continues to ebb and flow beyond the four walls of our studio. There are projects we hope to pursue together, displays at local galleries, eventually a joint exhibition where our creations can converse with each other in a shared space. Perhaps even a published collection, where her art meets my words, a testament of our intertwined paths forged through adversity. And on days when the world feels overwhelming, I find comfort in reminding myself that our bond emerged from that stillness, that even from chaos, we can arrive at harmony. As I finish my thoughts, the soft chime of Lucy's laughter drifts through the air, followed by the gentle swishing of her paintbrush. Just then, I feel a stir of anticipation, a realization that whatever life has in store for us next, we will embrace it together, as a team, holding on to the knowledge that even the most daunting circumstances can lead to the most beautiful beginnings. Days turned into weeks, and with each passing moment, our little sanctuary of creativity flourished, much like the vibrant blossoms sprouting in the garden outside our window. The sunlight poured into our shared space, illuminating the canvas that had begun to sprout Lucy's imaginative strokes, while my words transformed into stories that danced around her art, creating a tapestry of color and emotion. I still remember the day we decided to tackle something new together. It was a lazy Sunday afternoon, the kind where the world seemed to hold its breath, and everything beyond our walls faded away. An impulsive idea took root amidst our laughter. Let's create a children's book filled with whimsical tales and striking illustrations, tales that could whisk young readers away to fantastical realms where anything was possible. But as the proposal took shape, so did a wave of uncertainty wash over me. What if the story I wove wasn't good enough for her art? What if my words overshadowed her beautiful brushwork, or worse, became flat under the weight of her brilliance? I watched her with wonder, her subject matter shifting fluidly between animals, landscapes, and whimsical creatures, each piece brimming with joy, and I couldn't help but question whether I was worthy of sharing this labor of love with someone so gifted. All of this churned inside me, a silent struggle against the rising tide of my own insecurities, until one evening, unable to contain it anymore, I laid my concerns bare, the vulnerability raking over me like a chill wind. "Lucy," I whispered, catching her mid-stroke, "what if my writing isn't enough to match your art? What if I ruin it?" She paused, met my gaze with her vivid eyes that held challenges and reassurances in equal measure, and said, "But it won't be about adequate or inadequate, it'll be about us, about our story. We're crafting something uniquely ours." In those words, like a gentle tide washing away the remnants of my doubt, I felt a surge of excitement swell within me. Our project wasn't merely a collaboration, it was a blend of our souls, forged from the fragility of uncertainty yet buoyed by the strength of companionship. So we dove in headfirst, spending countless hours immersed in inspiration, often losing track of time as we shared ideas and sketches, our laughter echoing through the cozy corners of our home. The world outside resumed its relentless pace, but within our bubble, we existed in a realm of creativity that felt blissfully untouched by chaos. As the book began to take shape, I found a rhythm, a harmonious connection emerging not only through our art and stories but in the deeper understanding of one another that we nurtured. During this time, I realized just how much I had feared vulnerability. I had barricaded myself behind walls built from self-doubt, never realizing how stifling and solitary those walls made me feel. In those late hours, bathed in the warm glow of string lights we had hung above our workspace, Lucy and I unraveled and stitched back together, revealing fragments of our pasts and dreams that previously lay dormant. One night, while we took a break, sprawled out on our living room floor, I felt an overwhelming urge to put pen to paper and write a letter addressed to the future readers of our book, a message filled with hope and encouragement for children who might feel lost or lonely, just as I had felt for a long time. It became a love letter not just to them, but to our journey, defining the importance of authenticity and the magic born from shared creativity amidst uncertainty. That moment felt like a revelation, as if all the noise of the outside world melted away, leaving only the soft whisper of possibility in its wake. As we neared completion of our project, excitement blended seamlessly with nostalgia. I knew this endeavor would leave an imprint on my life, just as the lockdown had done, allowing me the space to reflect, grow, and ultimately, find my creative voice. And then came the day when we finally held the finished book in our hands, our combined efforts manifested between the covers. It was surreal, the colors seemed to leap off the pages, and the words danced in tandem with the illustrations, a perfect testament to how far we had come since that initial bonding over comfortable silence. My heart soared as I looked into Lucy's eyes, her pride reflected in a radiant smile that lit up her entire face. It was in that moment I understood that I was not just embracing what lay ahead but also honoring the beautiful past that had brought us together. As I ponder my experiences during those isolation days, I find solace reflecting that remarkable connection, one that blossomed from quiet homes and simple conversations, reminding me that amidst unknowns lie the seeds of unforgettable stories, woven together in love, creativity, and collaboration. And now, every time someone asks about the lockdown years, I can smile, not just because of the chaos that once filled the air, but because of the unexplored beauty it unearthed, something that continues to inspire us, urging me to create and dream, hand in hand with the person who taught me how to see magic in the mundane. I spent most of my childhood in a bubble of solitude, and as I look back now, those years feel like a different world altogether. Growing up an only child in a quiet suburban neighborhood meant that my days often floated by with just me, my thoughts, and a few loyal companions in the form of imaginary friends. It wasn't until I was in high school that I really began to notice how different I was from the other kids. While they raved about sibling rivalries and shared birthday parties, I mostly had memories of building elaborate blanket forts alone or losing myself in vast, fantastical stories spun from my overactive imagination. It felt almost like a badge of honor, until it didn't. When I met Sarah, my first real friend, in the spring of junior year, things shifted. She was boisterous and full of life, the kind of person who could spark laughter in the dullest of moments. One crisp afternoon, as we were lounging on the grass after school, she turned to me with an amused look and asked, "So, what's it like being an only child?" My cheeks flushed. I had never really thought about it before, never really questioned how it might look to others. I shrugged and joked, "I'm basically a lone wolf, thriving in my solitude, hoping my nonchalance covered my discomfort." But as our friendship deepened, I realized this perception became a topic of curious discussion. To Sarah and our circle of friends, I was the odd one out, and eventually, they began to label all my little quirks, my need for silence, my aversion to crowded places, my compulsive organizing. They teased me gently, asking if I ever felt like I was missing out on something vital by growing up without siblings, weaving a narrative that sent little ripples of discomfort through my chest. I started to examine my world more critically. Anxiety tugged at the corners of my mind like a persistent shadow. Was I really missing out? Had my quiet upbringing somehow stunted my capacity for connection? Those thoughts spiraled in me, building a tension I couldn't shake. In a moment of vulnerability, I admitted my fears about not fitting in to Sarah one day during lunch. I braced for reassurance, but all she gave me was a confused look. "It's not that serious," she said lightly, picking at her salad. "Being an only child just means you didn't have to learn how to share." It was said in jest, but the laughter that followed hung uncomfortably in the air, like the awkward silence that often enveloped me at family gatherings. The words replayed in my mind, a constant reminder of the perceived limitations my upbringing carried. It wasn't until weeks later, during a late-night conversation filled with soft whispers and secrets, that I found clarity. As the stars twinkled outside Sarah's window, we spoke about dreams, fears, and the silent battles we all faced. It was then that I realized being an only child didn't frame me in a box, it simply added to the collage of who I was becoming. I had learned independence in a way that others hadn't. I had cultivated a rich inner life that allowed me to empathize deeply, to share pieces of myself that were raw and real. By the time summer rolled around, I began to embrace my differences. I no longer felt stifled by the perception of what an only child meant. Instead, I wore it as a unique element of my identity. The teasing from friends became affectionate ribbing rather than painful reminders, and I found joy in explaining my quirks to new people I met. It was silly, almost freeing, to clarify things like my peculiar love for quiet coffee shops or my habit of organizing my bookshelves by color, little nuances that made me, me. In some ways, I imagine that everyone had their own singularities, and mine were simply born from a different start. Maybe they reinforced my strengths instead of my weaknesses. I think back on that time fondly, remembering how it shaped my adult relationships. Connecting with others became a deliberate act, a choice to share my thoughts and feelings instead of hiding behind them. I discovered that vulnerability was not a sign of weakness but an invitation to deeper connections. The laughter shifted, it turned from gentle teasing to understanding camaraderie, and instead of seeing me as the solitary figure, my friends began to see the depth of my inner world. And now, as I share this story, I recognize that each uniqueness tells a larger narrative, the stories we all carry through life, boundlessly weaving with those around us. Even now, I sometimes yearn for that comforting solitude of my childhood, the solace of quiet reflection, but it was ultimately the connections I forged that opened the door to understanding myself better. It turns out, growing up alone in a crowded world taught me how to truly relate to others, to appreciate the vibrant tapestry of human experience that connects us all, and I've learned that it's not always about sharing a childhood, sometimes, it's about sharing a journey. And as for Sarah? Well, she's still my best friend, and we often reminisce about those carefree days, realizing how those silly conversations about sibling relationships sparked something profound in both of us. Update: a few months later, I saw a post on social media by Sarah asking, "What's something you learned about yourself that surprised you?" I responded, "Being an only child taught me more about connection than I ever realized." It received many comments, and people shared their own stories, forming a rich conversation. I couldn't help but smile at how the thread weaves together our different experiences into one collective narrative. Scrolling through the comments on that post, I felt a warmth swell in my chest, realizing how deeply our experiences intertwined. Each reply was a unique thread in the tapestry of human connection, beautifully illustrating how our diverse backgrounds shaped us in myriad ways. It was there, beneath the haze of glowing screens, that I caught a glimpse of a broader truth. My life had been influenced by an apparent isolation, growing up without siblings, which now seemed to blossom into an empathetic understanding of others seeking connection. Sarah and I had often joked about the quirks I exhibited, my compulsive need to organize things, my tendency to take up a lot of the conversational space, and my sometimes awkward attempts at humor that felt like they needed an audience. Yet these traits didn't just define me, they had formed bridges to my friends, especially to her. As if she sensed my wandering thoughts, Sarah texted me later that evening, "Let's grab coffee tomorrow. I feel like we both have a lot to share." Over lattes and warm croissants, we picked up right where our shared online discussions left off, transforming abstract experiences into tangible conversations loaded with laughter and revelations. Our familiarity felt like a blanket on a cold night, comforting and secure. Seeing Sarah's animated gestures as she recounted her own misadventures of self-discovery made me realize how different yet similar our paths were. She spoke of the chaos of growing up with siblings, how they often bickered yet remained inseparable, a bond forged in the fires of familial dynamics. There was an enviable freedom in her siblings' ability to spar over petty things until a simple moment of laughter could dissolve the tension in mere seconds. In our conversations, I often considered how my solitude had cultivated independence in me, yet I could feel this quiet yearning for kinship that had simmered below the surface, nurturing my desire for connection in unexpected ways. It became clear that while we had grown up in different settings, the quest for belonging was fundamentally universal. Toward the end of our coffee date, as we sipped the last dregs of our drinks, Sarah posed a question that seemed innocuous but struck a deep chord within me. "Do you think being an only child opened or closed doors for you?" I paused, stirring the remnants of milk in my cup, searching for the right words. "Both, I think. It's opened doors to understanding and appreciating the depth of relationships, but sometimes I wonder if it also closed off the type of spontaneity that siblings provide." Her eyes lit with understanding. "I get that. It's like we took two different paths through the same woods." Driving home, the afternoon sun dipped low, casting a golden glow through the trees, swirling leaves dancing in the air. I felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. My heart swelled, no longer tethered by the solitude of my upbringing but buoyed by the connections I had forged in adulthood, the friends who accepted me for all my quirks. Reflecting on that coffee date, I realized it wasn't just about siblings or being an only child, it was about embracing the uniqueness of our individual journeys while recognizing a shared goal of longing to belong. Curiously, I decided to update my original response on Sarah's post with this realization, as I sensed it would resonate with others as well. "It's funny, isn't it?" I wrote, "how our upbringings mold us, but we realize the essence of connection lies in understanding ourselves and each other, regardless of whether we grew up alone or surrounded by siblings." As the notifications buzzed in, echoing my sentiments back at me, I could almost feel the community's collective warmth enveloping me, reminding me that whether we came from large families or were raised in the quiet corners of solitude, we each held a crucial part of the puzzle that formed our shared humanity. The realization dawned on me. The connections might just be the threads that bind us all, stitching together a narrative richer than our individual stories alone ever could, and perhaps in that, I found my own peace, nestled comfortably in a world that felt just a little bit more connected. That evening, as I put away my phone and took a moment to sit in the cozy glow of my living room, I felt a wave of gratitude wash over me. I had always loved the silence of my childhood home, filled only with my thoughts, the pages of a book turning, and the occasional laughter between my parents, a serene bubble of love and warmth that sheltered me from the outside world. But now, I found myself marveling at how that quiet solitude had not limited my ability to connect, rather, it had nurtured a deep sense of empathy within me, one that allowed me to reach out and bridge the vastness that sometimes felt so isolating. The conversations we shared in the comment thread, that digital tapestry, reminded me of my late-night talks with Sarah, the way we dissected life's little intricacies and laughed over the absurdities we encountered. Sarah had sent me a message earlier that afternoon, suggesting we grab coffee soon to catch up, and I felt a flutter of excitement at the thought. I remembered a time when I might have hesitated, concerned that my world of one had somehow stifled my ability to engage, but not now. I wanted that connection, craved it even, like wildflowers stretching toward the sun. The next day was warm and inviting, and as I walked into the charming cafe where we had agreed to meet, I could already see her through the window, her animated hands softly punctuating her words as she spoke to someone behind the counter. It struck me then, how much she had become a part of my narrative, her own stories, filled with the noise of siblings and family dinners, weaving seamlessly into the quiet moments I had grown so accustomed to. We hugged tightly when we finally met, a rush of warmth reminding me that these moments were what I had been missing. We found a nook in the corner, the scent of freshly brewed coffee surrounding us like a comforting blanket. As we settled in, I couldn't help but reflect on the beauty of our friendship. It was a blend of her boisterous tales, filled with the chaos of siblings, balancing the stillness of my own upbringing. Our discussions flowed effortlessly, touching upon everything from our childhood moments to the recent posts we had engaged with on social media, each revelation feeling like a gentle shift in the pieces of a puzzle that was finally fitting together. As Sarah went on about her younger brother's latest antics, a sense of peace washed over me. Listening to her laugh, her eyes sparkling with details, I felt an undeniable bond forming, one that was neither defined by the number of siblings we had nor the homes we grew up in, but rather by our willingness to be present, to engage with one another's worlds. It was an understanding that transcended our physical realities and all the little insecurities that came with them. We talked about our careers, our dreams, and even our fears. I shared how I had often worried about being perceived as self-centered or introverted, but Sarah's response was a grounding reminder that traits were merely facets in a spectrum of our personalities, and it was how we chose to navigate the world that truly defined us. Later that week, sparked by our conversation, I decided to share my experience with solitude and connection on my social media. I posted a reflective piece about how growing up without siblings taught me the art of nurturing and craving connection in a world that often felt distant. To my surprise, the reaction was overwhelmingly positive. It was as if I had pulled the thread of vulnerability, and suddenly, everyone was weaving their own stories into mine. Those with siblings spoke of how they valued their relationships, while others shared the struggles of being an only child, echoing similar sentiments to what I had experienced. Each comment felt like a gentle tug at the fabric of our shared reality, a tapestry of laughter, tears, and understanding. By the end of the week, the post had sparked long threads of conversations, bringing together a community of voices, tales of connection and solitude simmering in the warm glow of shared empathy. As I tucked myself in bed that night, I reflected on how remarkable it was that our seemingly separate lives had the potential to intertwine, drawing us closer as we sought deeper connections. I felt a new chapter opening in my life, one where I could embrace both the quiet spaces I cherished and the vibrant voices of others. Perhaps this was the true gift of growing up as an only child. It didn't isolate me, it prepared me to appreciate the beauty of human connection in all its forms. Maybe, just maybe, the absence of siblings had equipped me with the ability to cultivate friendships that were, in their own right, as close as family. And with that comforting thought, I drifted off to sleep, dreaming of the conversations yet to be had, and the threads of connection yet to be woven in the intricate tapestry of life. For as long as I can remember, my parents have always been strict when it comes to what I read. They believe in shielding me from the dark side of literature, books they deemed inappropriate or dangerous, which often encompassed anything that challenged the status quo or stirred my imagination too vividly. This led to an interesting internal conflict for me. While I was desperate to escape into worlds full of adventure, mystery, and, yes, even the darkness they so feared, I felt trapped under their watchful eyes. It all began one chilly autumn afternoon when I stumbled upon an old box in the attic while searching for my winter clothes. Inside were worn-out paperbacks, the covers faded and spines cracked, titles that made my heart race with excitement just reading them. 1984. Fahrenheit 451, and even the perks of being a wallflower. I couldn't believe my luck. I rifled through the pages, inhaling the musty scent of forgotten stories, my mind racing with ideas of how I could read them undetected. So I devised a plan. I would lie about volunteering times at the local community center, creating a facade of altruism while I secretly lost myself in the pages of these banned books, snatching moments at home whenever I could, hidden in the dim light of my room, thoroughly engrossed in worlds that dared to challenge the ordinary. The thrill of reading each book was amplified by the tension of nearly being discovered. I can still feel the anxiety my heart would drum up as I heard my parents' footsteps approaching my room, the panic of tossing the book beneath my bed or pretending to be occupied with homework. Every day brought a renewed sense of rebellion, and though I felt guilty for lying, the joys of reading and the new perspectives I gained were intoxicating, filling parts of my soul that had felt stifled under my parents' protective grip. However, as the months went on, my deception began to weigh heavily on me, gnawing at my conscience like an unwelcome stranger. The guilt was persistent, a dark shadow that stretched longer with each borrowed moment spent in those fictional realms while my reality lay neglected. It felt like I was double living, one life as the dutiful daughter and another as a voracious reader devouring forbidden fruit. I found myself drawn into the narratives to escape the guilt, grappling with complex characters and moral dilemmas that had me questioning the very lines between right and wrong. The stories opened my eyes wider, forcing me to confront my own beliefs, and with each page turned, I realized more about myself than I had ever anticipated. Finally, the inevitable day came. I returned home earlier than usual from my volunteering, boisterous laughter echoing in the hallway as I overheard my parents discussing a recent scandal involving a local family, something that triggered my instinct to flee, the kind of wild and uncontrollable urge to hide, to keep my secrets tucked away from prying eyes. As I entered my room, barely able to breathe, I found myself staring at the open books piled on my desk, the pages fluttering in the gentle breeze from the cracked window. In that moment of reckoning, I found clarity. It wasn't just the thrill of the stories but what they taught me about facing truths. I had built this elaborate tapestry of lies, and it felt utterly exhausting. That night, after tossing and turning, I gathered the courage to write my parents a letter, something raw and heartfelt, confessing everything: the lies, the books, my need for understanding, and my thirst for knowledge. I left the letter on the kitchen table and went to bed, feeling strangely light, like a weight had been lifted off my chest. When I woke up the next morning, my parents were waiting, and my heart raced, not with fear but hope. What followed was a lengthy conversation filled with unexpected discoveries. My parents shared their own fears about the world, how they wanted to protect me from the confusion and chaos that could come from confronting uncomfortable truths too soon. In the end, I found out that they were more open than I had ever imagined, their love for me woven tightly with their fears, and together, we discussed what I had read. I had anticipated rejection, but instead, I found a middle ground. A new agreement where we could explore literature together, perhaps even tackling some of those challenging books as a family. Looking back, it wasn't only about the thrill of defiance, it was about forging deeper connections through honesty. Now, about 6 months later, the shadows of guilt have dimmed, replaced by a deeper understanding between my parents and me, an understanding that has allowed me to step into the world of literature freely, knowing that while the stories may challenge us, they also connect us in the most profound ways. My mom even recommended a few books of her own, and I often find us discussing the very themes that used to frighten me. Sometimes I wonder, if I had never lied, would we have ever reached this point of openness? The irony of my confession becoming a bridge instead of a chasm still lingers, a perfect reminder that sometimes honesty is the doorway to liberation. And as the weeks rolled on, I found myself embracing not just the books I had once furtively devoured, but also a genuine relationship with my parents that had blossomed from my initial deception. The irony persisted like a quiet echo in my mind. What had begun as a mere act of rebellion had paved the way for understanding, empathy, and connection. Our late-night discussions started to feel more like exchanges between equals instead of the monologues I once dreaded. For the first time, I could speak freely, my tentative words met with thoughtful consideration rather than dismissiveness. My mom, whose narrow view of the world had previously felt like a cage, revealed layers I had never seen. She spoke of her own teenage years of confusion and rebellion, of the tightly bound expectations surrounding her, of books she had longed to read but felt were never provided for her. It was a two-way street, paved with vulnerability and mutual respect, and I often imagine that many parents in the world might also find themselves carrying unexamined fears and baggage that color their judgments. My father surprised me when, during one of those evenings, he pulled out a well-worn copy of 1984 from a shelf, a silent testament to his own teenage curiosity. He read passages aloud, his voice rising and falling like a gentle wave, and I sat transfixed, watching as he began to articulate thoughts he had held back for years. The stories we shared soon morphed into discussions about freedom, censorship, and the ways in which the world often seeks to bind us with invisible chains. They were discussions that blurred the lines between parent and child, inviting me to express my own thoughts about why the narratives of the past were as relevant today as they had ever been. As these conversations expanded our world, I noticed subtle shifts in my parents' demeanor. The tension that often filled the air, the silent judgments exchanged during dinner, began to dissipate, replaced by questions that probed deeper than just homework or weekend plans. I revealed, in time, my hidden treasure trove of other books, banned or otherwise, in a hesitant effort, expecting disbelief or reprimand. Yet their only response was curiosity, a desire to understand why I was drawn to those particular narratives. My parents eventually suggested we read one of my secret titles together, creating a new family tradition around literature. I chose The Catcher in the Rye, a coming-of-age saga that had once tempted me to stretch my own boundaries. The first time we sat down to read it together, I felt a mix of anxiety and excitement, fully aware that we were traversing territory once deemed taboo, and I held my breath, anticipating any possible ripples of discomfort. Oddly enough, all those frayed edges yielded softness. My father's laughter during Holden's quirks and my mother sitting quietly through the emotional turmoil was strangely comforting. With every shared passage, every discerning glance or nod in agreement, I sensed the walls between us continuing to dissolve further, brick by brick. It became clear that for all the hidden chapters of our lives, honesty had acted as the ink that penned a renewed narrative for our family. Relaying my experiences became a healing process, not just for me, but for them, too. It was as if we had embarked on a literary quest together, confronting harsh truths, handling abrasive characters, and making sense of complex emotions that each book evoked. The old fears I had felt about them severing ties, if I confess, turned into rays of understanding, defying any expectation. It was hard to believe I once feared their judgment. These moments of connection had become both a refuge and a revelation. We initiated a new phase in our family life centered on exploration and acceptance, each book we read together leading us to deeper conversations that demanded both vulnerability and courage. Through our shared experiences, we began to explore the world outside our home, conversing about its many wonders long after the books were closed. Months later, during a warm autumn evening, as we wrapped ourselves in cozy blankets on the porch, my heart swelled with gratitude. We shared our latest reads, each story a testament to the struggles and strengths of human experience, and the laughter that enveloped us felt as natural as the rustling leaves around us. When the conversation culminated in my unique tale of deception, I chuckled, recalling how artfully I had woven my narrative of lies. I remarked, only half jokingly, how ironic it was that this all turned out for the best. My mom chuckled softly, a knowing smile dancing on her lips. "Isn't it funny," she mused, "how a little lie can lead to something so honest?" In that moment, as we exchanged gentle glances full of unspoken understandings, I fully grasped the power of stories, not merely as vessels of adventure or lessons learned, but as bridges built, connecting us in our humanity. For now, honesty had become our family's new currency, one that brought us closer than I ever could have imagined, and I fell asleep that night with the warmth of 1,000 shared tales cradling me, a soothing reminder of how beautifully complex and connected our lives had become. For a while, everything felt perfect, a harmonious balance in our family life nurtured through dialogue and literature. But then a curious thing happened that unfurled the next chapter of this journey. One late evening, rummaging through the attic for forgotten treasures, I unearthed an old box of my childhood belongings. Inside, I found remnants of an earlier life, old drawings, fading notes from friends, and buried amidst them, a diary I had kept for a year during my most rebellious phase. The pages brimmed with unfiltered thoughts, confessions of secret readings and deep fears about my parents' approval. Feeling a blend of nostalgia and unease, I realized that the words captured the essence of my past dilemma. They chronicled the very thoughts that had driven me to the lies. I considered sharing it with my parents. After all, the thoughts had initially shaped my deceit. But fear momentarily gripped me, a faint shadow of my earlier self-research. Would dragging those old fears back into the light disrupt the harmony we had built? After days of contemplation, I summoned the courage to share the diary with my parents. Sitting down at the dinner table, I felt the weight of history in the room, a convergence of past and present that felt very much alive. I passed the diary to my mom, my fingers trembling slightly at the thought of her reading the truths I'd buried. As she opened the first page, memories flooded back. She read quietly, her brow furrowed in both understanding and concern. I watched as she turned each page, witnessing how a simple diary could weave together those early insecurities and another layer of connection. She finally closed it with a gentle sigh, glancing at my father, who appeared equally reflective. "You know," my father spoke, breaking the silence, "this was a part of you we never got to see. I can't say I understand all of it, but I do now see how much you struggled. Thank you for sharing it with us." And in that moment of quiet acceptance, I understood that honesty, in all its forms, whether born from rebellion or vulnerability, took courage, but it also laid the foundation for deeper understanding. The past need not lie dormant in dusty boxes, but rather could be embraced as a means of connection and growth. Despite the initial uncertainty of sharing my old fears, I left the table feeling lighter, our family bond stronger than ever before. We had created a new chapter, built not solely on the foundation of literature, but also crafted from our shared experiences and vulnerabilities. Each story, whether fictional or a fragment of my truth, became a testament to our journey, endless, evolving, filled with laughter, love, and the deeper insights that accompany growing together. As I settled into bed that night, Cradling the precious diary close, I drifted off to sleep with a serene heart, attuned to the quiet yet powerful echoes of connection that continued to resonate through our lives. The next morning brought with it the gentle warmth of sunlight filtering through the curtains, casting soft shadows on the walls like a whispered promise of new beginnings. I awoke with a sense of peace that felt almost surreal. The weight of my secret had been lifted, replaced by an openness I had never before believed could exist in my family. As I padded down the hallway, thoughts fluttered like the pages of my books, bubbling with excitement about the conversations that awaited me. The kitchen was alive with the familiar scent of freshly brewed coffee and the sound of my dad's humming, a melody that had always signified comfort. My mom, noticing my entrance, looked up from her morning ritual of arranging a bright bouquet of wildflowers on the table and greeted me with a smile that seemed to radiate warmth. We sat together over breakfast, and with each bite, I could sense a new current flowing through our dialogue. My parents were no longer just the guardians of my childhood, they were becoming partners in discovery, sharing their own experiences with books and stories that shaped their understanding of the world. It felt refreshing to dive into discussions about themes of humanity, society, and the myriad emotions that literature can evoke. My mom spoke passionately about a book she had recently read, one that dealt with the struggles of inner identity, while my dad recounted his youth, the challenges he faced, and how a simple novel had provided him solace during difficult times. Their stories alternated like a harmonious dance, weaving together our past and present in a new narrative tapestry infused with honesty and vulnerability. I couldn't help but marvel at how my once solitary escape into these worlds now had the potential to deepen my relationships. As the days turned into weeks, our family dinners evolved into literary discussions, each session igniting laughter and thoughtful exchanges, where we dissected characters and plots as if they were family members we were getting to know. My parents often encouraged me to share insights from the books I was reading on my own, and I accepted this challenge with relish. The more I expressed myself, the more the barriers I had felt began to dissolve, replaced by a buoyancy of mutual respect that transformed our dynamics. I discovered a deep, collective joy in these moments, the kind that fosters a profound sense of belonging. One evening, after discussing the fine line between courage and foolishness found within a particular story, my mom turned to me, her eyes glimmering with unshed tears. "Thank you for trusting us," she said softly, her voice thick with emotion. "Your honesty opened doors we didn't even know were closed." Her words struck me with such weight, I measured their impact against my fears, realizing how misguided I had been to think that my concerns would render our family fragile. As I began to pen down my musings one quiet night, the diary now filled with memories and reflections, I relished the way words served as both a mirror and a window into my evolving self. I was growing, learning how to embrace the power of truth not just for my sake but for the sake of the love that already enveloped us. And while the act of deception had initially felt like a choice born of fear, the reckoning brought clarity, revealing pathways I could never have envisioned before. Just last week, we gathered in the living room to host a movie night inspired by a classic we had all read together. As the opening credits rolled, I caught my dad grinning as he nudged my mom, whispering a particularly funny line to her that had caught his fancy from the book. That shared chuckle was electrifying, a poignant moment that affirmed what we had built, a space where laughter and the wisdom of stories intermingled freely, a sanctuary for our expressions. As we settled in to watch, I felt a wave of gratitude wash over me, realizing that within those walls, we had created a fortress of understanding forged through the power of narrative. As my eyelids grew heavy against the backdrop of flickering images and communal laughter, I felt comforted by the thought that my journey had only just begun, that there were more chapters yet to unfold, rich with the echoes of voices we love and lessons that continue to challenge and inspire us. And in that tranquil embrace of twilight, I drifted into sleep, dreaming of adventures yet to be written together, knowing that the words would flow between us and carry us forward in the intricate tapestry of our lives. I've always prided myself on being a generous person, but the last few months have turned that belief on its head, and now, I find myself questioning my own values. My girlfriend, Rachel, and I had been together for just over a year when she broached the subject of her kids needing cars. Now, let me clarify, Rachel has 2 children from a previous marriage, Jenna, who is 15, and Max, who is 13. From the moment I met them, I felt an instant bond. Jenna had this fierce spirit, often caught between her childhood and looming adulthood, while Max was a whirlwind of energy, always looking to make people laugh. Sharing time with them was pure joy. Yet, as Rachel's kids got older, the conversations inevitably shifted to the need for independence. They wanted their own rides to school, friends' houses, and extracurricular activities. It was an ordinary Thursday when Rachel casually said, I've been thinking the kids really need cars to be more independent. Wouldn't it be great if we could pick something up for them? At first, I chuckled, thinking she was joking. Surely, she didn't expect me to dive into a discussion about buying 2 cars just like that. But when I saw the look on her face, half serious, half hopeful, I realized this was no lighthearted suggestion. I could feel the knot tightening in my stomach as I recalled my own struggles. I was still paying off student loans and saving to start a life of my own. I hesitated, my mind racing through various possibilities, trying to balance my own financial responsibility with the desire to support Rachel and her family. The conversation became heated, but I remained calm. Rachel, I love your kids, but I can't afford to buy them cars. It's just not realistic for me, I explained, choosing my words with care. She seemed taken aback, disappointment settling in her eyes. I thought we were in this together, she said softly, and I felt an unwelcome sting of guilt. It wasn't just the idea of cars, it was the unspoken tension between a partner who wanted to share burdens and a guy who was barely keeping his head above water. Over the following weeks, the tension lingered. I noticed subtle changes in Rachel's demeanor. She became quieter, often lost in thought. On one occasion, while driving back from a family dinner, Jenna asked casually if I was going to buy them cars. I felt a sharp pang in my heart, not wanting to disappoint her but also knowing how strained my finances were. It's complicated, Jenna, I replied, hoping to deflect. The laughter we used to share felt overshadowed by unspoken expectations and misunderstandings. Around this time, I took a hard look at myself and the relationship. I adored Rachel, and these kids meant the world to me, but it seemed I was inadvertently stepping into roles I wasn't ready for. I loved that Rachel envisioned a future where we united our families, but I had to be cautious about my own needs too. I chose to clear the air. Rachel, I said one evening, taking her hand. I care about you and your kids, but I also have to think about my financial goals. I'm not saying I won't help out in other ways, like giving rides or supporting them, but I can't commit to buying them cars. As I confessed my frustrations, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. Rachel listened quietly, her expression shifting from disbelief to understanding. I get it, she said finally, her voice softening. Sometimes I forget you're still figuring things out for yourself. I could sense the relief in her voice when we turned the corner, leaving anger and disappointment behind. From that point forward, our relationship evolved. I started finding ways to help Jenna and Max without putting myself in financial jeopardy. We worked on small projects together, and I even taught them how to save up for things they wanted. Months later, I received a message from Rachel that made my heart swell. The kids are working on their savings for cars. I think they've adopted your advice, she wrote, and I couldn't help but smile at the thought of them taking initiative. As we sat together that night, reminiscing over our journey, it became clear that we had come a long way. Though my situation hadn't changed much financially, I was at peace knowing we had built a stronger bond through honesty and support. Reflecting on it all, I found comfort in the notion that relationships aren't about merely giving, they're about growing together through adversity. I had feared being seen as selfish, but in the end, what transpired reaffirmed a truth. It's important to recognize one's own limits and communicate openly. I was still part of their lives, just in a different role. And as I fell asleep that night, I felt grateful for the love we had cultivated amid uncertainty, looking forward to all the moments yet to come. Update: a few weeks later, Rachel and I sat down with Jenna and Max to discuss plans for their first car. Instead of just handing them cash, we organized a small family project, painting and refurbishing an old car Rachel's parents had. The kids were ecstatic and learned invaluable skills throughout the process. Watching them work on something they could own ignited a sense of pride in them, but more importantly, it strengthened our bond as a family. In the end, it was about much more than just the cars. It was a lesson in responsibility, independence, and support that we would all carry forward. As the days turned into weeks, our little project blossomed into something more than just a car refurbishment. It became a way for Jenna and Max to understand the value of hard work and teamwork, lessons that would follow them into adulthood. The garage was filled with a blend of laughter and the occasional argument over color choices, tools, and who was in charge of what task. I found myself laughing more than I had in years, feeling like a part of something bigger as I watched Rachel cheer them on, wiping her hands on an old rag and beaming with pride. One Saturday, I suggested that we decorate the trunk with positive affirmations. Each kid could choose a quote that inspired them. Jenna picked "Believe in yourself," while Max, still a bit of a jokester, went with "I fixed it, so I own it." Rachel and I scrambled to find some old paint and brushes, And soon the trunk of the car emblazoned with their chosen words became a family masterpiece. The act of creating something that was truly theirs, a canvas on wheels, made Jenna and Max light up in ways that store-bought gifts never could. I remember one afternoon, after splashing paint around and making ridiculous faces while trying to channel my inner artist, Jenna turned to me with her bright blue eyes shining. "Will you help us do this again someday?" she asked, her voice earnest. I nodded, caught up in the moment. "Absolutely. This can be the first of many projects. We'll build cars, tree houses, or even go-karts, whatever you can think of." The commitment struck me as I spoke, the weight of my words settled in my chest, but it also felt electric, like I was weaving threads into our growing fabric of family. As the weeks continued to pass, we worked diligently, putting in time every weekend, replacing parts, and learning about the engine. I took on the heavier, more technical parts while Rachel guided the kids through the finer points of sanding and painting. Each task was a chance for Jenna and Max to ask questions, and for us to share stories of our own youthful follies, like the time I managed to get my first car stuck in a mud pit because I thought four-wheel drive meant you could drive anywhere. One evening, while we cleaned up after a particularly messy painting session, I was surprised to see a glimmer of uncertainty appear in Jenna's eyes. She had always been the more confident of the two, but tonight, something was off. "Are we doing it wrong?" she muttered, glancing at the splatters of paint that dotted the ground, some bold strokes that had landed on her shirt. It struck me then just how important this whole experience was to her. If the car didn't turn out perfect, would that mean we had failed some unspoken test? I knelt down beside her, resting my arms on my knees. "What do you think?" I asked gently. "Does it feel like we're working together? Are you having fun?" She frowned for a moment, staring at the paint on her shirt and considering. "Yeah, but the car needs to look perfect." "Jenna," I said softly, "life isn't about being perfect. It's about learning, growing, and having fun along the way." I watched as the words sank in, her expression slowly shifting toward relief and understanding, like the clouds lifting after a storm. Finally, the day came when we would unveil the refurbished car. We had all worked tirelessly, and the anticipation electrified the air as we gathered in the driveway for the big reveal. The sun shone down, catching the bright colors that adorned the car's surface in a way that made it look almost magical. Rachel stood beside me, her hand clasped in mine, her eyes glistening with excitement. Jenna and Max stood in front of the vehicle, their faces a mixture of disbelief and sheer joy, and as they reached out to touch their creation, I felt a surge of pride that ran deeper than I expected. Jenna joined Max in jumping up and down, squealing with happiness, and Rachel and I exchanged a glance, a silent confirmation of what we had built together, not just in terms of the car but within our family unit. I knew this was a moment they would remember, a fragment of time marked by laughter, creativity, and the unwavering bond we shared. Later, as we took turns behind the wheel on a quiet street, what struck me wasn't just the shiny paint or the engine purring, it was the way Jenna and Max discussed their plans for their driving future, each word a reflection of their blossoming maturity and sense of responsibility. I couldn't help but smile, thinking back to the conflict I had initially faced regarding whether or not I should buy them cars. The struggle had been real, but what we gained was immeasurable. As I lay in bed that night, I felt a sense of fulfillment wash over me, a warmth that spread from my chest to my fingertips. In teaching them the value of ownership and effort, I found that I was learning alongside them. Suddenly, our pastime projections morphed into a bonding experience, a way for Rachel and I to not only build cars but to build a family, brick by cherished brick. A week later, I received a message from an old coworker who wanted to update me about a job opening. The idea of returning to work jostled around in my brain, but I barely thought about it. Something deeper was stirring within me. The realization that I didn't need a high-paying job to feel fulfilled came to me like a whisper. I had discovered a different way to be present, engaged, and genuinely happy. Although our yard was filled with laughter from our car projects, I had also conjured an understanding that family was not just defined by blood, but by the memories we created together. Several months later, as our car adventures continued to unfold, Jenna and Max decided they wanted to do something special for Rachel and me. One afternoon, they surprised us with a picnic in the park, complete with sandwiches and homemade cookies that had some very creative, but slightly chaotic icing. We laughed as they took charge of the basket, and as we settled down beneath a tree, I felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. As I watched the kids run around, their laughter a melody of joy, I realized that I would never trade these moments for material things. I might not have given them cars without conditions at first, but I had given them the tools to navigate life more effectively, which would prove to be far more valuable in the long run. Reflecting on everything, I realized that though my initial hesitation stemmed from wanting to be a responsible adult rather than a flashy type, it had led to something far more profound, and although I would probably always be the one saying, "Let's paint the trunk," I had also become the dad who could tell a joke, share genuine pieces of wisdom, and make memories that would last a lifetime. Sometimes, I would hear Jenna and Max reminiscing about our adventures, and I couldn't help but feel that we were building not just a family of the future but a legacy, one filled not just with cars but with the cherished stories of our lives. As the days passed, our weekends became filled with laughter, paint splatters, and the smell of motor oil, a unique blend of chaos and joy that transformed our garage into a makeshift workshop and a haven for memories. Rachel would often send me gentle nudges of encouragement as I attempted to wield a wrench while Jenna and Max handled the power tools with surprising finesse. Each time they'd succeed in fastening a bolt or sanding down a rough edge, their smiles would widen, the joy resonating in their eyes as if they'd just conquered a mountain. These moments were powerful reminders of how quickly they were growing up, and each project fueled my desire to be more present and supportive in their lives. One evening, as dusk began to settle in, we found ourselves sprawled out on an old blanket we'd tossed in the trunk while we waited for paint to dry. The kids shared their dreams. Jenna wanted to travel the world and write stories of her adventures, while Max, always the jokester, mused about becoming a famous comedian. As I listened, I realized that this experience was about more than just cars. It was forging a foundation for their ambitions and aspirations. Weeks later, the old car began to transform. It was no longer just a rusted frame. It became a vibrant representation of teamwork, laughter, and shared sweat. We painted it in bold blues and cheerful yellows, mixing colors as if each swirl of paint was a thread in the tapestry of our newly formed family. Friends and neighbors stopped by, often asking if they could lend a hand, turning our small project into a community affair. One Saturday afternoon, while the kids and I painted the hood, Rachel appeared with freshly baked cookies, and her eyes sparkled with pride as she watched us. I felt a warmth in my chest knowing that I was no longer just a boyfriend to her. I had evolved into a partner and a father figure, nurturing the lives around me with kindness, patience, and a whole lot of love. When the project finally reached completion, the sense of accomplishment was palpable. The day we unveiled the finished car was nothing short of magical. Jenna and Max jumped up and down, their faces lit with astonished delight as we took a family picture beside the newly restored vehicle. However, with this joy came an underlying anxiety rooted in my mind. Would they expect the same kind of effort and commitment forever? What if life became too busy, or what if the bond we had nurtured began to unravel? I discussed these uncertainties with Rachel one quiet evening when the kids were snugly tucked in. We illuminated the room with soft light, a warm cup of tea in hand, and she shared a reassuring sentiment. "It's normal to worry," she said, resting her head on my shoulder. "But remember, it's not about the cars or the crafts. It's about creating a space where they feel valued and supported, whether it's with paintbrushes or just by listening to their hopes. They'll remember the love, not just the projects." Her words resonated deep within me, and I realized she was right. These kids, Jenna and Max, were resilient and adaptive, just as life would need them to be. My role wasn't to guarantee a perfect scenario constantly but rather to be their constant support through life's uncertainties. As days turned to months, I witnessed their confidence blossom, not just in their abilities with mechanics but also in their schoolwork and friendships. They naturally began taking leadership roles among their classmates, eagerly engaging in school projects. Each time they tackled a new challenge, I felt a surge of pride that they might carry the values we cultivated through our weekend car projects into the rest of their lives, providing a sense of direction only strengthened by the love we built together. Reflecting on this journey, I found clarity in accepting my title as dad in their lives, embracing the role with open arms. As winter approached, and car maintenance became less frequent, we shifted our focus to indoor projects. Jigsaw puzzles and game nights filled the house with energy. The old car stood proudly outside, an emblem of our collective achievements and the dawning of a familial bond that felt everlasting. I often pondered the future but found comfort in knowing that our legacy would consist of more than material objects. It would be woven with the stories of resilience, compassion, and unwavering support that would carry us through any trials that lay ahead. Update: fast forward several years, and the old car became a treasured memento. Jenna and Max took it to prom with their friends, painted stars on the roof, and filled it with memories I knew would last them a lifetime. And as Rachel and I watched them drive off into the night, her hands securely clasped in mine, I felt overwhelming gratitude for every moment, good and bad, that had brought us here, a beautifully imperfect family, ready to face the world together, one adventure at a time. There's a saying that suggests that things we buy can sometimes end up owning us, and for years, I was a prime example of that paradox, particularly when it came to the most extravagant and frankly ludicrous purchase of my life, a rare collector's edition of a board game. I still remember the day it happened, sitting on my cramped living room couch as I scrolled through an online auction website in search of something entirely mundane, a gift for my younger brother's birthday. I stumbled across an ad for a pristine, complete version of an obscure game from my childhood, the kind that had long since disappeared from shelves, and I could already smell the nostalgic fumes wafting from that box. The board, so vividly illustrated, beckoned me to dive back into a simpler time, and before I could question my judgment, I placed a bid that spiraled far beyond what I had ever intended to spend. It was a heady rush, fueled by memories of sticky summer afternoons and the laughter of friends crowded around a dining room table, yet I virtually locked myself into a cycle of self-deception, convincing myself that this $1,500 piece of cardboard and plastic would unlock not just a trip to the past, but a way to reconnect with my estranged brother, whom I hadn't seen in years due to a falling out that seemed insurmountable at the time. When the package finally arrived, I was overcome with excitement, but that high quickly dissipated as I realized I didn't know how to bridge the chasm that had formed between us since our father's passing. Still, I forced my hand and decided a game night was in order, diligently calling him and inviting him over, convinced the game was a magical portal through which we could rekindle the connection we had lost. To my surprise, he agreed. The evening unfolded with a mix of awkward silences and forced laughter as we set up the game, the pristine board lying before us like a relic of bygone days. As we began, I could see the memories flickering behind his eyes, but apprehension crept in when I realized he was less interested in the game and more in rekindling our deeper conversation, the one I had been frantically avoiding. The joy the game had promised quickly turned hollow, and soon we were disengaged, our minds elsewhere, but as the hours passed, something unexpectedly changed. During play, the childhood banter started to creep back in, the laughter became more genuine, the stress eased, and I found myself realizing that we were no longer just brothers caught in a messy past, but two people longing for a deeper connection. The game didn't mend everything, but it broke the ice, creating a fragile space for us to talk about our shared grief and the seemingly insurmountable rift it had carved in our relationship. By the end of the night, I could see the faint glimmer of hope in his eyes. We didn't leave as best friends, but we had started taking steps back toward being brothers. Reflecting back on that evening, I couldn't help but feel that the board game had been an immense waste of money in many ways, a fleeting attempt to buy back the love I felt I had lost, but maybe, just maybe, it had been worth every penny for the door it opened to something deeper. Fast forward a few months later, we still hadn't fully repaired the damage, there was still a lot of ground to cover, but we were texting more and even planning another game night. And as for the game itself, it now proudly sits on the shelf as a reminder that sometimes the things we think are just wasteful expenses can turn into the most treasured experiences, and perhaps, the biggest waste wasn't the money spent but the years we let slip by before we faced our fears and reached out. So, in a way, that overpriced collector's edition had much more value than I originally perceived, serving not as an anchor, but as the bridge leading back to my brother, a lesson learned in the most unexpected of ways, and one I carry with me every day. As I look at the collector's edition and the joy it sparked, I can't help but reflect on how much I had overlooked in life before that moment. The gamer's console sits nestled next to dusty board games and old comic books, remnants of childhood joys, waiting to be revisited. At first, I thought my nostalgia was merely a longing for the good old days, an escapism from my daily grind as a marketing coordinator for a tech company that often felt more like a cage than a career. I buried myself in work, burying feelings of disconnection, particularly with Ben, my older brother. He was always there during those carefree days, his laughter echoing through the halls of our small childhood home, two boys sharing dreams over pixelated landscapes and stories of heroism. Somewhere along the way, life had swept us into its chaotic current, and our once vibrant bond began to dull. The whole scenario ignited a fire in me. The moment I popped the disc into my console, trepidation tinged with excitement buzzed through me. I thumbed through the instructions, which curiously reopened shadows and memories of our gaming marathons, how we'd huddled on the couch, every victory celebrated with cheers, every defeat met with contagious laughter. In a fit of impulse, I sent Ben a simple text, "Hey, remember that game we loved as kids?" I got it. The silence that followed felt interminable, yet with every passing hour, the anticipation transformed into anxiety. What if he had moved on? What if he didn't want to reminisce about forgotten afternoons spent battling through virtual worlds? It was a cloudy Sunday when my phone vibrated with a response. To my surprise, it was hesitant and filled with nostalgia. "Yeah, I remember. I'd love to come over and play sometime." My heart raced at the thought of reconnecting. Preparations began, a simple cleaning of my apartment and a trip to the store for snacks. The weight of my apprehension lessened, perhaps because I knew I wasn't just preparing for a game, I was preparing for a reunion, a chance to bridge the gaps we had both let widen. The day arrived, clouds giving way to the soft glow of an autumn sun. When Ben finally stepped through my door, the air felt thick with anticipation. He looked a bit older, the kind of age that comes with grown-up responsibilities, but his grin was the same. It was a little awkward at first, small talk peppered with quiet memories, but then, as the game loaded and our avatars appeared on the screen, laughter began to pour out as easily as it had all those years ago. The screen reflected not just our characters, but the brothers we used to be, fearless and united against any challenge. Time melted away as we navigated the game's world, reliving old strategies and sharing stories from our lives, each tale reconnecting pieces of our diverged paths. The more we played, the lighter the conversation became, peeling back layers of hurt, disappointment, and misunderstandings that lingered between us like an unspoken truce. I could feel my heart swell as nostalgia danced in the air, wonder replacing the sorrow of neglected years. In that moment, no overpriced game could feel like a waste, it had become the undeniable catalyst for healing. And with every level we conquered together, we also conquered the past, transforming it from a burden into a shared journey, something to be appreciated rather than regretted. When we finally stepped away from the screen, it was dark outside, the only light coming from the moon hanging silently above us. I could sense a change in Ben, a weight lifted that he didn't even know he was carrying. We sat side by side, finishing off the last of the snacks, our earlier inhibitions gone, our laughter echoing in the cozy silence. In the days and weeks that followed, our Wednesday night gaming sessions became something we both looked forward to, a rekindled tradition. Each week, we navigated through new worlds and battled countless foes, each session solidifying our connection further. I realized, in those quiet moments of gaming and sharing, that it wasn't just about escapism. It was about allowing ourselves to be vulnerable again, to open doors we thought were forever shut. Ben and I began to share more about life, our struggles at work, relationships, and the hopes we had for the future, the laughter transforming into heartfelt conversations we had long neglected. As I now sit here recalling all of this, I recognize it wasn't just the game that was overpriced, but the years we let slip by in silence. Yet how beautifully ironic it was that a seemingly trivial purchase had sparked the most precious gift, it had led us back to each other. The lesson, indeed, was invaluable, a reminder that sometimes, in the chase of adulthood, we forget to invest in the relationships that matter most. So here I am, the collector's edition game now more than just a forgotten relic, it's a bridge to shared moments, a reminder of how time can be reclaimed. As I hit the lights and settle down for sleep, I can't help but smile, feeling grateful for what once seemed like a waste of money transformed into a treasured investment in love and laughter. And perhaps it's appropriate that I leave this story, not in solitude but with a broader message. Sometimes it takes a little push, a reminder, a ridiculous purchase, to face our fears, reconnect, and revive the bonds that make life worth living. Update, just yesterday, Ben texted me, a simple message that brimming with excitement. Guess what? I found an old console in the attic. Let's have a retro game night next week. And as I felt the flutter of anticipation spark again, I couldn't help but think, sometimes, it's the simplest of things that remind us of the biggest joys, often hiding in plain sight, waiting patiently to be rediscovered. As I sat on my couch, my phone still warm from the recent text, I couldn't shake the anticipation swirling in my chest. Ben, my brother, and I had spent countless hours lost in the worlds of chunky pixels and vibrant retro soundtracks, our laughter echoing through the living room as we battled pixelated monsters and solved puzzles together. Those golden days slipped away, buried beneath the weight of life's demands and the silence that had stretched between us over the years, a silence that seemed to expand the longer we avoided acknowledging it. But now, with his simple invitation, a door to the past nudged open, and I felt a wave of warmth wash over me. I could almost hear our old melodies, the triumphant victory music from that one game that had always been our favorite, the soundtrack of childhood. It beckoned me, coaxing me out of my present worries and back into those carefree moments where nothing else mattered but the next level. The week leading up to our retro game night felt almost surreal. I scoured online marketplaces for vintage snacks to recreate that nostalgic atmosphere, the cheesy puffs and sticky sweet sodas we used to consume in careless abandon. With each item I ordered, I felt like I was piecing together a time capsule, a small celebration of all we had, and all we almost lost. Occasionally, I would replay our last encounter in my mind, the unspoken words hanging in the air laden with years of unshed tears and frustrations. I could hear my own thoughts, criticizing myself for letting so much time slip away even as I felt the tight-knit fabric of our bond beginning to mend, one thread at a time. Finally, the day of the game night arrived. I prepared the living room like a scene out of one of those cheesy romantic films, couch cushions tossed aside, the old console hooked up to the TV, and munchies laid out in carefully curated chaos, just like the good old days. When Ben showed up, a slight nervousness tugged at my stomach. What if the years had changed him? What if awkward silence replaced the laughter? He walked in, his eyes darting around as they landed on the setup. "You went all out, didn't you?" Ben laughed, a sound I had missed so dearly, and just like that, the tension eased. As we sat down on the floor, surrounded by the familiar scent of cheesy snacks and the glow of the screen, I felt the years peel away. We started with a game, and I watched as he instinctively placed his hands on the controller, a glint of competitive desire sparking in his eyes. I remembered this. I remembered him. We fell into a rhythm, laughter bubbling up freely as we shared stories about our lives, his exciting new city adventures and my mundane workdays, but what mattered was our willingness to share once again. I could feel the crack forming in the wall we'd built, our words smoothing the edges of misunderstandings long past. "Do you remember?" he would ask, his voice trailing off like a nostalgic melody, and I'd smile, reminding him of the time we lost our save file on a particularly hard level and how we wept for hours over pixelated losses. Hours passed as the night slipped away, each round blurring into the next, our collective laughter filling the air like music, enchanting and bittersweet. Shadows lengthened as we explored past worlds long forgotten, but every level we conquered felt like not just a nostalgic journey of pixels but the beginnings of a new era for us. At one point, I looked over at Ben as we both burst into laughter over an inside joke from a long-lost game. It brought tears of joy to my eyes. I realized that the biggest waste was never the money spent on that collector's edition, it was the regret of lost time, the bitter reality of so many moments I thought were too late to reclaim. As we finally put the games away, I felt a surge of gratitude crash over me. Ben flopped back onto the couch, his head tilted back while a blissful smile lingered on his face. "We should do this more often," he said, and it struck me as both a suggestion and a promise. I nodded, feeling the warmth of connection wrap around us, knowing that we'd let this night become a new chapter, the kind I had almost forfeited through years of silence and distraction. I finally understood the true value behind that wasteful purchase. It wasn't the game but what it led us to, the reclaiming of time, the rediscovering of bonds. "How about we make a plan for every month?" I suggested, my heart racing at the prospect of future adventures and memories waiting to be forged. The conversation flowed seamlessly from there, possibilities unfolding like a blooming flower. And as I got up to grab more snacks, the sound of his laughter still echoing in my ears, I felt light and optimistic, a grounded sign that the burdens of the past would not define us. Sometimes, it turns out, in the most unexpected corners of our lives, we find threads of connection waiting to be woven anew, just waiting for us to take a leap and reach out, echoing the broader message that life should be lived, explored, and above all, shared with those we love. Update: since that magical night, Ben and I have instated a regular gaming evening, retro games, new releases, and even board games to shake things up. With every session, we laugh louder and talk deeper, and on a whim, last month, we even invited some old friends to join us. Suddenly our humble living room felt like a reunion of sorts. I often think how that one impulsive purchase opened the floodgates of joy, helping us reclaim not just our relationship but the essence of what it means to share moments together. Sometimes, the things we dread, the conversations we put off, can become the brightest chapters in a story we're still writing. And while we've had our challenges, I know one truth for certain: it's never too late to start anew, one game, one laugh, one memory at a time.